Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline Case Number 2022-8S. Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline Case 2022-09S. Government Code, Item Number 4, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Item number 5, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSE, and Management. Are there any public comments regarding closed session items?
No public comments received.
Seeing that there are none, we will adjourn to closed session. And our intent is to arrive back at 6:30 p.m. My suspicion is that it may be a little bit later.
Hey, Mario, this is Daniel, CSEA. I'm going to call in today.
Hey, Daniel, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
I can't hear you, so I don't know if it's my computer.
You're breaking up on me. I'm here. I'm calling in.
There you go. I think I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Mario? Hello?
If you want to try again, let me see if you come through now.
Okay. Can you hear me? No? No? Hold on. Let me try something else. Hold on. How about now? Can you hear me?
There's still nothing coming from your side. I'm switching speakers if you want to try again.
I'm still on.
Oh, there you go. Okay, you're through now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
check.
You're already wearing your shades.
Actually, it's 12. Because tomorrow. It's Friday.
Oh, no.
I have a style. I have a style. I procured my
Honestly, I love the elementary teacher having a teacher, but exactly. I always have a side.
Yeah, it's nice too, and they know the kids.
And you don't have to.
I got a lot of stuff. That's cool.
And they wanted to. You're young, right? How many kids? Sorry.
Next time you do that.
Hi, Mario. Can you hear me?
So I don't know.
Mario, can you hear me?
Honestly,
Can you hear me?
the tough run was 20 years. And
Oh my gosh.
don't worry, look at another adult and go.
Really?
Hey, Mario.
Hi, Ruth. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mario, just so you know, I can hear all those background conversations.
Okay, I thought I was out, but. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Mario?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi,
Can
Ruth.
hi, can you add me to the public comment portion?
I will add you right now.
Thank you, Mario. And it's hard. There's a lot of background noise, just so you know.
Okay, yeah, sorry, the board is still in closed session, so we're waiting for the three.
Okay, thank you, Mario.
That they only want to speak if she runs out of time and she wants to finish. And then other people are saying that they'll only.
How many are there?
Right here, there's 7 live and in person,
Okay.
and then there's 1 virtual.
Okay.
So they're all in order, and so I'll leave them up here, but then I'm also updating the public comment sheet.
Can you keep them and read them out?
Yeah, I can keep
Because you're doing the timer.
Yeah.
So at this point, there's, because I'm talking and my at 6:58 on Thursday, May 12th. So I am going to ask, Doug, please say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, God.
Thank you for raising your hand.
Quiet down, okay.
Thank you raise your hand. Magna, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, ready, begin.
I
pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Like one of the old movies, we used to have a king, you know, people showed up. I like that.
Okay, announcements of action taken in closed section. Government Code Section 54956.9D2, pending or potential litigation. Direction provided, information received, and direction provided. Item number 2, Government Code Section 48918, student discipline case number 2022-08S, information received. We will be voting on this item later. Item number 3, Government Code Section 48918, student discipline case number 2022-09S, information received, and we will be voting on this item later. Government Code Section 54957, public employee discipline dismissal release, information received. Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and management, information received. Okay, so moving on to, before we approve the agenda, I actually want to take a moment to read a land acknowledgement that we have been, and I want to make sure that we understand it's not performative and it's our opportunity to understand and provide the opportunity to understand, who actually was here before us in memoriam. So Washington Unified School District acknowledges that Indigenous peoples and nations, including Patwin, Nisinim, Miwok, and Winton peoples, have stewarded through generations the lands and waterways of what we now know as West Sacramento. We honor and respect the enduring relationship that exists between these peoples and nations and this land. May the wisdom of the generations before us lead us in our discussions tonight. Thank you so much for allowing me to read the land acknowledgement. So I will take a moment right now to, we took roll call earlier, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion and a second?
Go ahead.
Moved. So trustee Barnes moved,
Second.
trustee Kazadi seconds. Because we're in person, we'll do all in favor.
Aye.
Approval is our agenda, it moves forward. So we'll move on to J1, school report, Bridgeway Island, Dr. Evelyn Bafico and Assistant Principal Chris Dietrich.
Teacher. You're muted.
There you go. I'm here. Thank you. Good evening, Board President Wong, Superintendent Hildreth, and members of the board. I am Evelyn Bafico, the principal of Bridgeway Island, and there's my partner in crime there, Tris Dietrich, our vice principal. And it's my pleasure to be here this evening to share our site presentation. Before I begin, I do want to thank Ms. Dietrich and Ms. Pagano-Turn, our outreach specialists, for putting this presentation together. So I will go ahead and begin. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we are a school. We currently have 1,032 KA students attending Bridgeway Island, and we take a great deal of pride in our diverse population. Diversity truly is our greatest asset. We currently have 5.5% of our students are African American, 22% are Asian, 40% are Caucasian, 8% are 2 or more races. 22% are Hispanic. We have 42% of our students who qualify for socioeconomically disadvantaged or free and reduced lunch. 11% of our students are English learners, and 9% of our students are students with disabilities. And every single one of our students on our campus makes our school even that much greater, as well as our staff members. Next slide, please. Okay, so our students are our why. They remind us that there's so much hope and everything is possible out there in all that we do. And this picture, you see our students during our school-wide readathon. They remind us that our new journeys and discoveries begin every day. We also have students who are at recess and leaving wonderful notes for our staff members. Next slide, please. And of course, our school wouldn't be what it is without the amazing staff at Bridgeway Island. And we always take pride in saying that our staff go above and beyond. These are just a few of the special occasions that we've had over the course of the year. Next slide, please. Many bees, one community. A few examples of ways our community has gone above and beyond this year. Our noon duty supervisor stepped into our classrooms to provide additional supervision and to read with our students in small group settings. Our librarian, our PTO, parent volunteers, and West Sac Home Run collaborate to create a college and career section in our library with ongoing monthly displays. Next Wednesday during our back to school night, PTO will be hosting a career night. So we're really excited about that. Next slide, please. In the summer of 2021, our PBIS leadership team came together to build upon the work of previous initiatives and efforts. They created the Thrive in the Hive acronym. This acronym was created with the intent to embrace a strength-based approach to campus culture. It was built on the fundamental belief that all students come to school with unique and diverse strengths. So we want to celebrate those strengths and build a community where we explicitly teach and encourage positive behaviors. So we have woven the Thrive into our campus culture this year with the explicitly teaching of 5 character traits and recognizing 2 students per class each month. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Are we frozen?
I know that.
I bet you she, yeah.
Okay, academic excellence. Under the leadership of Garcia, I'm sorry, we are on academic excellence. Thank you. Under the leadership of Mrs. Garcia, we are also implementing guided reading and grades K through 4 has been our focus this year. Our teachers are really working to ensure the Washington Unified School District's goal of knowing students by name and by need takes place. So just, they're all part of our family. And make sure that they get whatever they need. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
We take a great deal of pride in our collaborative hands-on learning in math and our science classes. And these are just a few of our classrooms where you see our students at work. Next slide, please. Some more exciting activities that are taking place in our classrooms. We have our middle school classrooms had a glow party, focus on reading. And all of our classes, our elementary classes, have their math boards there. Next slide, please. We have an advisory period for all of our 6th through 8th grade students. This is 20 minutes during the morning at the start of the day. We take this time to really check in with every student. Their social emotional needs are met. It also gives them an opportunity to check in on their own grades, to reach out to the other teachers, and to check in with a teacher at the start of every day to make sure that everyone has a positive day, or as positive day as possible. The other picture you see there are our leadership class and our NJHS students who provided, I'm sorry, this is actually at Fairy Tale Town. We had an event with our PTO, and our student leader stepped up to volunteer. And so they hosted some of the different workshops that were in place during that time. Next slide, please. Here we have our NJHS students. who provided after-school tutoring, homework support for our elementary students. And there was never an empty seat during this time. They really stepped in, and I'll tell you what, the peer support, they made a difference in the lives of our students. So we really appreciate working with the students to support the younger students. We've had a focus on equity since the start of the school year. Our professional development has included a book study on grading for equity. Our elementary teachers have been focusing on guided reading over the course of the year, and we have partnered with Yolo County Office of Education to work towards our problem of practice, which we have identified as a need to make sure that all students feel safe and included at our school site. And so we will be continuing this work next year. Next slide, please. Thank you. One more, please. Thank you. And here are just some photos of our athletes. We've got our volleyball team there. We have our cheerleaders. We have our football team. And we do appreciate the fact that our students have won quite a few championships, but even more importantly is the sportsmanship that they have exhibited over the course of the year. They have just done an excellent job being really good sports, whether they win or they lose, and we do appreciate that. Next slide, please. We are extremely proud of our Bridgeway Island band, as well as the Stonegate band, for taking first place in their division and overall category on Saturday at the Music in the Park competition. Next slide, please. All right, and our unbelievable PTO and family partnerships, our PTO, there is no other PTO like them. They have done a phenomenal job just bringing so many fun activities together for our students and families while raising money for our community. And so you see we had a fun run, lots of colors there. They put on a Halloween parade for our families, and every month they come out and we have Fun Friday and they hand out popsicles to students showing school spirit. Next slide, please. And this slide says it all. Miss Pagano Turner, our BWI outreach worker, has been busy since she came to Bridgeway Island. And there isn't enough time in the day for me to share everything that she has done for the students, the staff, and the families of Bridgeway Island. So with that, I will just say we absolutely love her. And thank you. Next slide, please. We believe that supporting the whole child, the mind, body, and family is the key to them thriving. The student-centered focus allows us to meet the differing needs of each student and help them all learn and succeed in the hive. And so that is our motto, that we want to support the whole child, their academic, their social, emotional, their physical needs, and those basic needs. And these are some of the wonderful people in our community. And last but not least, this is my favorite part. You can go ahead and push play, please.
Hi, we are CVs at Bridgeway Island Public School. I've been teaching here for a long time, and then I also brought my children here. So I'm really proud to be with you. I'm proud to be with you because it's been a great experience. I'm proud to be with you because I represent
Proud to be at the school because I love all the arts and crafts we do and how much we learn. I love the school. I'm proud to be a bee because I always love the creations and crafts. I love everything. I'm proud to to be a
It's a special place to me because of the staff that I've worked with over the years. We have a real good connection from kindergarten all the way up to 8th grade, and that helps our students stay connected from grade level to grade level. I'm proud to be a beast.
Bridgeway Island is a good school. Quite a few friends here, and also it has.
It's a good school because we have good stewards, also we have good teachers and good staff. We also support the students. We are proud to be bees.
Bridgeway Island is a special school because I learn geometry every day.
I think Bridgeway Island is a special school because we have such amazing students. I love Kennedy.
I love Bridgeway Island because I've made a lot of amazing friends and I love all my teachers. We're proud to be.
Bridgeway Island is special because the teachers are very nice and the students are honest and kind. We're proud to be bees.
Bridgeway Island is special because of the people. We have amazing staff, we have amazing students, and I'm proud to be a bee.
This Bridgeway Island school is special because you can learn stuff in your mind, and that's why I'm a bee.
One thing that I think makes Bridgeway Island special is that our teachers and staff are supportive and helpful. Proud to be a bee.
Oh, Dr. Pipico froze.
Pico frozen.
I think she might be.
Yeah, I think she is.
All right, so. Thank you. And I'm proud to be a bee. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Dr. Bafico. So we'll open up to the board for comments because we have two unbelievable
Board members,
parents. So
I can only say thank you so much for putting this together for us. And since I'm there practically every day, I get to know firsthand just how amazing you do as well as your staff. And so just thank you for putting together this great presentation. And it was good to see all the kids saying how much they love being a bee, because I know that my daughter does. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dietrich, Ms. Turn again.
Thank you, Dr. Bafico. My girls also love to be bees. And I have to say on the campus, Dr. Bafico is always running, moving all over the place. And you and all of the teachers, classified employees have created such a wonderful space for our kids and during a very hard time. So thank you for all that you do. And I think that would be a great video to put on the website if it's not there already. But it was a great one. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
thank you, Dr. Bafico. So
thank you.
Be well. Now on to our second celebration.
We have that on purpose. Be well. That was really good.
Well, that was good.
Good.
That was good.
I just need to recognize it.
I have mom jokes all day long.
All day long, girl, all day long.
Okay, so live, we are going to have a live performance from the jazz band. I also realized I didn't do roll call.
Oh, yeah, we're here.
Oh, yeah, we're here.
Present.
So trustee Barnes.
Present.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Present.
I'm present.
Yeah, I'm
trustee-
present.
Yeah. All right. Ooh, feeling kind of spicy today. Do we not have a live performance?
Yeah.
So. Matt,
Hello, testing.
Oh,
we hear you, Felicia.
I was thinking.
Yay. Bad news. It's not actually live. It's pre-recorded.
Oh, okay. It was live at the time it was recorded.
It happened today.
Okay. Excellent.
And we have some slides to start with. Thank you so much. So hi, I am so excited to share with you the fact that we are celebrating 25 years of Sea Monkeys. I started this band my very first year teaching at River City High School over at Westfield, over at Virtual. And so I just wanted to grab this opportunity to let you guys know a little bit more about us. So this is our current band right here, actually a couple days ago. Next slide, please. Yay, 25 years. And we are known, it's crazy. Like we got invited to an Australian like blues and jazz thing. And we're actually, we just got an invite to the anniversary of Normandy for next year. So we're actually going to try to find a way to maybe make that happen, but obviously that's very ambitious. So fingers crossed. And yes, like I said, I started it my very first year because I've loved traditional jazz. And the reason I became a music teacher is I knew how much it uplifted me and I wanted to share that with others. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is what we've done so far. Mediterranean Festival. I made a Mediterranean Jazz Festival there. The holiday tree lighting, the Festival of Trees and Lights. We did a kickoff winter break optional jam session that our kids all showed up to, because even though they were newly on vacation, those silly kids, they wanted to play their instruments. So we were there. We played at the River Cats preseason party, another jam session at Lanise's, played a really cool concert with the big band, including a big jam at the end, which was awesome. A couple weeks ago, we played the Lighthouse Spring Festival, and we played for the Sacramento Jazz Education Foundation's Big Day of Giving. And just side note, they've donated tremendous things to us. Lessons, scholarships for lessons for several of our students, instruments, lots and lots of stuff. And they're actually, they submitted an application for me to be a speaker at the national convention next January in Florida, because our program is considered so innovative and successful. So that's kind of cool. Next slide, please. Yeah, and we still got a couple things happening. We have a big fundraiser Saturday that I'll talk a little bit more later. We're playing at the WUSD. I'm so sorry. 25 years. Employee recognition ceremony. So hopefully I'll see most of you guys there. We're having a senior honors concert also next Thursday. Gatsby party with Goldman. Her Great Traditions coming back this year. For the first time, we're playing with the West Sac Summer Music Series. So we're going to be playing at Rhythm on the River on the 26th. We're playing at YOLO's graduation and our graduation also. Next slide, please. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about the competitions we went to this year. We started with the Folsom Jazz Festival in January. We took the top group who named themselves the Jazz Disciples. And you could see here them performing. You can also see, well, actually it's hard to see with this, that several of them received medals for their outstanding musicianship. Sometimes they give one or two, sometimes they give a whole bunch. And we happen to get a whole bunch. Yay. Next slide, please. At the next Jazz Festival, we divided the entire class into 3 bands. The Jazz Disciples, Abby and the Blue Notes, and Taylor and the Material Boys. Oh, that's supposed to be a Z. Oh my goodness, I'm not going to hear the end of that tomorrow. And too many names to read. Those are medal winners. The Jazz Disciples took 2nd place overall with the unanimous superiors. And Abby and the Blue Notes also took superior rating and 4th place overall. I believe there were 7 or 8 combos of this competition. Next slide, please. And then most recently, we went to the Gold Country Jazz Festival. You can see our list of medal winners there. And they didn't actually place us, but again, the top group took unanimous superiors. So if you were to look back over all the competitions and all the scores, only one time did one judge give us an excellent, and the rest of them were superior. So we're super proud of our top group, and you'll be hearing them soon. Next slide, please. So here are our seniors. We have 5 seniors in the band. Dylan Simpson is going to be a filmmaker. And Taryn isn't sure what she's going to do, but she's going to keep music in her life. Liam, he just started playing guitar during the pandemic and now is planning a whole career in jazz. Reagan, I found in my guitar class, but he actually is a piano player, and he performed with the NCBA All Northern Jazz Band, was accepted to UOP Conservatory of Music, but decided to start at ARC and then transfer. And then Cole is going on as a business major and a minor in music. Next slide, please. So I got a little crazy. We could go through these pretty quick, but these are just pictures over the years. Yeah, go ahead and keep clicking. There we go. Just years and years of little sea monkeys. And I was going to do all these great like alumni catch-up things. But I didn't get them fixed up on the slides in time. I'm sorry. But I can tell you that we have several professional musicians out there now, including Desmond Barrett, who has an album coming out this Saturday, class of 2020, who is in Brooklyn now. Caleb Nelson, class of 2021, went right out to New Orleans after he graduated, is now performing regularly, has regular gigs. Gavin Eckler, also class of 2019, is also heading out to New Orleans this weekend, actually, to move there and become a professional musician. Additionally, Nams the Dibble from many, many years ago is out there playing. And we have people that manage bands, who write music, who became composers, who Alex Matthews photographs rock bands. And many of them continue to play. So it's pretty amazing. I am happy to have with us two members of the band. So they're going to speak to being in the band briefly. And the first one is Abby Graham.
Hello, is everything good? Okay, hi, my name is Abigail Graham, and I am a part of the Syncopating Sea Monkeys as one of 3 vocalists. And to speak to experience in the band, I just have to say, being a part of the band is really more than just a class. It feels more so like a family in the sense that we all really just connect with each other and not just over the music. And I know that sounds kind of crazy, but it's not just about the music sometimes. It's really getting to know the people in the band and really having this close connection with these people that you just randomly meet at the first day or whenever you really do join jazz band. I mean, the first time performing with jazz band was honestly super surreal. I mean, being able to sing as a vocalist and having a band behind you is really a feeling that I'm not able to describe or really to put in words. It's really just so magical, and it feels like something you'd feel like in a movie. But I think just because of Miss Weatherly and all of my bandmates, I feel like being a sea monkey is something that's really going to stick with me for the rest of my life. And hopefully maybe I will continue music after high school, which I really hope so, but I obviously have other choices in mind. But yeah, I think just being a sea monkey is one of the greatest honors. Then that most definitely carry it with me for the rest of my life.
Thank you, Abby. And we also have Mio Esposito.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Mia. I play tenor at the River City Sea Monkeys. I joined my freshman year, and you know, this band helped me find a place where I belong. I definitely struggled with finding, you know, multiple friends groups, but I always know I can come back to the Sea Monkeys, and it gives me a place of creativity. I mostly play tenor, but I started out with flute, and so this has helped me. I've been playing flute and tenor, and even trying to start the drums, you know, and it's really helped me. I was really shy. I mean, my freshman year, I would not be in this board meeting right now speaking. It definitely helped me evolve as a person and a musician. the friends that I've made, the people I've met. The experience is great. I love it. It's fun and it's impacted me a lot.
Thank you, Mia. And hopefully we have the video ready so you can see Mia playing her saxophone. This is the Jazz Disciples performing Girl from Ipanema. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I can't hear it.
I can't hear it.
Look at Mia play. All right, Mia, sing your part. Just kidding. Just kidding. I make them do that.
I can go grab it right now and play live.
That was so beautiful.
Thank
You
you.
all are so talented. I don't know if Mia's still on.
Oh, am I muted?
Oh, I'm here. Thank you.
Mia, you're just amazingly talented. Thank you for sharing your
Thank you.
grade. So I think you have a bright future. So Felicia, I don't know if that's the end of your presentation, so I will pause.
Oh,
for
yeah, just like wrapping up. Yeah, we have some great artists, guest artists that came in that I hopefully inspired the kiddos. Dan Barrett, Adrian Cunningham, and we were fortunate enough to get the Rebirth Brass Band, which was sponsored by our New Parent Association. We formed a New Parent Association because, unfortunately, despite the name, the current River City Music Boosters do not support our the groups I direct. So we're having to kind of organize on our own and find ways to make things happen. And one of those is our big event this Saturday. So that's it. And we're happy to be here. Oh.
Thank you so much for everything that you do. So comments from the board? Vice President Kirby Gonzalez is looking at me.
I was
thinking about making a comment.
I was going to ask if you could give a bigger shout out for what is Saturday in terms of what time and where, just to remind everybody how they can support.
Well, it's sold out.
Okay, well,
but
where can they send donations then?
Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Not prepared for that one at all. We, stumbling.
How about you send it to Mario and then we can put it in the notes?
There we go. Thank
no
you.
pressure, Felicia,
Sorry.
in the moment.
But we're having our first inaugural, we're calling it Mardi Gras in May. It's being catered. It's got beignets. It's going to have a dessert auction.
It's sold out?
Oh, it's sold out. Well, we wanted to be cautious. You know, we didn't want to plan it for 300. So we planned it for 100. It's going to be at the Moose Lodge at 6 p.m. And the kids are playing 3 sets because you cannot stop them now. They just want to keep playing. I have to shoo them out of class
amazing.
after.
They're amazing. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments from the board?
I love it. No, thank you for this. I love music and I love the connection and the comments on inclusiveness and connection and that feeling that you get when you play music with a group. It's so cool. And I'm just thankful that you do this.
Oh, thank you so much. And actually, I'm going to be back, I think, next time with the orchestra.
Oh, what's the 26th? Is that what you were talking about? No, Rhythm on the River. Which
Thank you.
26th? Is it May or June?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's May. Yeah.
Yes, Trustee
Yeah.
Pilati.
Thank you again for sharing the syncopating sea monkeys with us. I'm looking forward to the time when we can actually do this in person, like back at the chambers. I've missed that so much because one of the things, some of our board members haven't been in the chambers yet. So Felicia would bring the sea monkeys to the chambers and play for us. And it's always amazing. Like every single year it was amazing. So I'm really looking forward to the chance when we get to have that happen again. So thank you. And thank you to your students who came tonight and talked about what it really means to be a sea monkey. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to Mia and Abby too.
Yeah. And thank you for being here. And I'm not lying, teeing it up for some.
Oh.
Wow.
I think you rated the puns. Oh.
Okay, thank you so much, Felicia. So
you.
if that's the conclusion of the presentation and comments, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Mia. And I will welcome up our school report on Stonegate Elementary School, Principal Belinda Rad Patterson and Assistant Principal Maricela Romero.
Good evening, President Wong, Trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, Cabinet, and guests. My name is Principal Belinda Rad Patterson, and I'm really excited, along with our Assistant Principal Maricela Romero, to introduce you to our Ohana. Next slide, please. All right, Stonegate Lions are strong, helpful, loud, and proud. We are an Ohana and nobody gets left behind. Next slide, please. This year, we welcomed for our 6th through 8th graders as an elective, American Sign Language led by Miss Megan White, one of our science teachers. So we would like to give a welcome to everybody this evening. If you click the link, there's a video.
That's cool.
And then if you click the bottom one, there's one more. Just a few of our students who are taking ASL. All right, so through restorative justice practices, PBIS infused culture, a driven staff, supportive school family, bonding connections with our community partners, and so much more, we are the Lions and we welcome you. We have 80 amazing staff members who work hard to provide the best academic experience through rigorous instruction, healthy food, clean campuses and classrooms, social emotional support, communication, collaboration, problem solving, and helping one another academically, behaviorally, and social emotionally. Next slide. Stonegate has 839 TK through 8th grade students and 48 preschoolers. Students are held accountable for their actions and decisions, praised for their hard work, showing up, giving their best effort, and asking for help when needed. And so here you can see one of our TK class engaging in fine motor skills, math, science, art, and learning and practicing their ABCs. Next slide. You can also see our kindergartners practicing their reading skills, a favorite time, calendar time, which is every day. We've also had our Victor services come in and do social emotional lessons, emotions, just helping students acclimate the very first time onto a campus. We've had virtual field trips, and we are really excited that they are going to go to an actual field trip next Friday. We also, one of the units of study is community helpers, where they had to learn about all the different helpers in the community. And then they had guest speakers come in and present virtually, as this was the beginning of our school year. Next slide, please. Great. Students are both classified and certificated work together and provide before and after school intervention to support students where they're academically and provide extra support in areas of need. They challenge students who are excelling and meet grade level standards. This year, we've had the pleasure of bringing in and taking students to work with the community partners, as you saw for our kindergartners. They've taken field trips through Fiery Ginger Farms, partnership with YOLO Farm to Fork, Victor Services, West Sacramento Police Department, Slide Park, our Stonegate PTO, our Stonegate ELAC, and our Stonegate school site community. Our booster-thon are just a few to name. Next slide, please. Again, school spirit for our 2nd graders. They worked on a kindness project through one of their units of study. Lots of art. If you walk into the classrooms, you'll see art surrounded throughout their walls. They also had a history lesson where they put together a time capsule and learned about putting the items in there, creating verbiage for the items that go inside, as well as what happens when you reveal it and when you would reveal it. Sometimes that you may not even be around, but it's important to capture that history. And they also partner with our big kids in our 4th, 5th, and then our middle school, where they have big buddies, and the big buddies will come to them, or they'll go to their class, they'll go out to the garden, and they'll read as well. Next slide, please. All right, we have our 3rd graders. Again, lots of virtual field trips. They are actually getting ready to move into their final unit where they're working on Pioneer. They've gotten to dress up as actual pioneers. They've led adventures going through the different, in the Western Hemisphere. They've had kindness turkeys, lots of science and STEM related activities. A lot of collaboration, fitness brain breaks, and you can even walk into their classrooms and see dance parties. Our teachers are able to use iReady, district benchmarks, and teacher-created assessments to see student growth in areas that need improvement, to form small group instruction, before and after school intervention, and use 6th through 8th grade student tutors to help with that instruction in our K through 5 classes. We also had this year a roving sub who provided small group or one-on-one intervention in the classroom to help student meet standards in our primary grades. Next slide, please. Here you can see our 4th graders hard at work engaging in student-initiated games during reset, red light, green light. They also are all focusing on Avid, and they worked on one-pagers. Note-taking strategies will help them when they move into 5th grade and 6th through 8th grade. As through 6th through 8th graders, all 6th graders take Avid there for one full semester. And then for 7th and 8th graders, it is a core class where they take it every day and they fill out an application to be a part of it. So in the middle, he may not be a lion, but students still love Toby, our Stonegate facility dog, through our speech pathologist, Miss Rachel Perrin. So currently Toby is not on campus, but he is definitely missed. So in the meantime, we have stuffed animal Tobys around the classroom. So when our students who need that emotional social support can come in, they know where they can access our stuffed animal Toby while Toby is taking a break, enjoying mommy time with maternity leave with Miss Perrin. But our 4th graders also engage in a lot of STEM activities. Next slide. We also have our 5th graders, again, infused with Avid and STEM, a lot of math engagement. They're annotating as part of the Avid strategies, and they do a lot of collaboration with our YOLO Farm to Fork in the school garden. And one of our 5th grade teachers, Miss Bess, buddies down with one of our kinder classes, and they also do a lot of work in the garden. And the produce in the garden actually goes into our cafeteria. And if you're ever stopped by, you'll see our packaged salads, and the vegetables come straight from there. 5th grade kindness, because we care. We also were fortunate enough to have Ms. Molly Fry, our reading intervention specialist, who supported K through 5 grade students who were not at grade level in reading 2 days a week, and on some days, 3 days a week. We were able to make sure students were present and on time by collaborating with our outreach specialist, Ms. Fran, and our social worker, Ms. Maria Jaquez, who provided motivational kits, monthly attendance incentives, home visits, and more to help students who were struggling with attendance. Next slide, please. Here you'll see our 6th graders hard at work in their English class, where they work collaboratively to gather textual evidence, and then they are using that for expository essay writing. Our 6th graders also got to participate in a week-long slide park. Unfortunately, we were unable to actually go and do the whole week there. So we did a modified slide park, where slide park, they did the morning session with them virtually inside of their classrooms and had different activities. And in the afternoon, our teachers put together different activities where they took a walking field trip. That first night when they took that walking field trip, a lot of them came to school the next day and said they went to sleep right at 4 o'clock because of all the walking Mr. Domek made them do. They also got to go to Fiery Ginger Farms. You can see there them working on produce. They also got to work with the animals there and engage in just community partnership as well. The young lady right there, she is holding a medallion that they made. They also, the shirt she's wearing, they get to tie-dye their own shirts. They got to do a baking project and a few other activities. Last year was all done at home. The difference this year, they got to collaborate and do it with their peers. They had a field day and a couple of different other walking field trips just to try to get them acclimated with the slide park experience. Next slide, please. This year, we're also we're partnering with National Center for Urban School Transformation, NCUST, who performed an equity audit for our entire school, and we will dive deeper in the 2020-2023 school year to help us to continue to provide access to challenging curricula, access effective instruction, and then continue to provide a positive transformational culture They observed 36 classrooms, interviewed 35 individuals ranging from administration, teachers, staff members, parents, and students, just to get to know Stonegate a little bit better and help us be an award-winning school, transformative school. So we look forward to working with that. This school year, our entire school also are classified and certificated, along with Bridgeway Island, went through a book study to dive deeper in equity and grading through the book, Grading for Equity. Here at Stonegate, each grade level and department broke apart a chapter for their peers to provide the highlights and strategies of each chapter. Staff engaged in powerful PowerPoint presentations, Kahoot challenges, personal experiences related to grading for themselves when they were in school, and also sharing their own children's experiences, positive and not so positive experiences. We also had an amazing race competition led by our fourth through fifth graders that had us searching and looking for clues related to chapter 8 and 9. So they all use different strategies to model for their peers that they are using inside of the classroom. We look forward to expanding next year and diving deeper into our grading practices to support all students. Next slide, please. Stonegate also, as I had mentioned earlier about our AVID, there you can see our 8th graders participating in a Socratic Seminar, and is really powerful. And the inside is our inner circle, the outside is our outer circle, and the outside students are preparing questions, rebuttals, and then they will hand things to the speaker that's inside to help them keep the conversation going. And very rarely does our 8th grade English teacher, Ms. Hines, ever have to interject. And sometimes they're like waiting and nipping at the bud to jump in and interject and provide meaningful and powerful feedback and value adding on to their strategies. Our 7th graders are actually going to be taking a field trip to Sac State next week. So they're really excited to go and actually visit a college campus. And then our 8th graders will be visiting UC Davis. Our 6th graders also collaborated to make their own group flag. And they did that to see who could build the highest tower within the resources that they had. So they had a great time with that. Next slide, please. Our PBIS team, led by Assistant Principal Romero, and our PBIS team of teachers, classified and certificated, brought our school culture together to promote pride, positive attitudes, respect, responsibility, integrity, determination, and empathy. Students receive daily messages based on pillars of our lion character, focusing on each one of those pillars to help have examples of how they can be respectful, how they can show empathy and integrity through their daily lives on campus and outside. Students earn paw prides for showing characters of pride throughout the day from their classroom teachers, as well as classified staff during recess or other areas on campus. And then they can use those paw prides to purchase items at our student store, which range from lunch with the principal, notebooks, sports equipment, puzzles, coloring books, games, and more. Also through our PBIS, you can see our school spirit. We have school spirit. How about you? We had our 80s day. We had dressed like a literal book day. We also had, you can see our decorative highlight neon day. We had a monochrome day, and our web leaders, our students actually get to pick the spirit days, and we have them the last Friday of every month. Next slide, please. Our 6th through 8th graders also got to engage in after-school sports, where we had volleyball and flag football in the fall, girls and boys basketball in the winter, and then we are still in our girls and boys soccer currently. So you can see some of our 6th through 8th graders, and then we're just really excited to be able to cheer them on and root them on. Next slide, please. Great. So we also have a co-teach and then a learning center where students can go and gain access. Students who are on an IEP or a 504 can go and get extra support from one of our case managers or from our paraeducators. For English and math, our RSP teachers go into the math and English classes for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and they co-teach with our gen ed teacher and we have one class per grade level. And so we are on a modified co-teach where we're not able to do it for all of our subjects. We are only able to do it for language, arts, and math. And then for social studies and history, our paraeducators push into the classroom and just provide that support for students, or they'll pull them out to the learning center and they'll get extra support meeting them at their grade level standards. So you can see that it's positive social outcome for all students, more individual attention and interaction with teachers, access to general curriculum for program. When this was first initiated into Stonegate, and we started with 6th grade, and then last year in the middle of COVID, we added on 7th grade, and then this year 8th grade. So we are full 6th to 8th grade. So we're learning how to adapt with a co-teach model with the resources that we currently have. And so that is led by Mr. Hill and Mr. Klima here in our 6th to 8th grade. Next slide. So although we've had many challenges, we've had many successes this school year, and we're thankful that we were able to have students and staff in classes running around during recess and our jogathons, trying out new food from our cafeteria and our school garden, checking out books in the library, dressing up as literal books, and so much more. Here you have our VAPA drama class led by Miss Lindsay Molyneux, where students had to make props and learn why the props are valuable, how they're made, and how they're used. And they also were able to make costumes during their VAPA class. And this is also an elective for our 6th through 8th graders. And then all of our 1st through 5th graders have 60 minutes of VAPA once a week, as well as 60 minutes of PE. Next slide, please. So basically, this is us. This is our Ohana. The last 2 slides are student ran. And so this is our web program, Where Everybody Belongs. It's a peer-to-peer mentorship program where our 8th graders are chosen to be mentors. They go through a week-long training right before school starts. And then on that last day, we bring all of our 6th graders onto campus the Friday before school starts, where our 8th grade mentors and our web leader staff go over activities and acclimate them, welcome them to the middle school. And so last year we had to do it in 2 sections. This year we'll be able to bring them all the 6th graders back. So we're looking forward to that on August 4th. Web leaders work with their 6th grader Webbies. And if you click the web video, you'll understand what Webbies are.
Web means where everybody belongs. Web is a place at school where anyone can go to for help if they need it and to feel welcome. We are a team of 8th graders who are trained to represent the school and to help other students feel safe in the school environment.
Web is a place for me to be kind to others and to teach others to be kind.
To me, web means helping others succeed at school.
I love being a web leader because I get to make incoming 6th graders feel welcome in the C Quad. And we get to spread kindness around.
How web has improved our middle school.
Web has improved our middle school by making 6th graders more comfortable around the 7th and 8th graders.
Hey, London.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Thanks for having me on lunch today. By the way, you're a great web leader.
No problem, Izzy. Have a nice day.
You too.
Another thing web has helped with is helping 6th graders feel more comfortable asking questions to students and teachers about anything. This helps transitioning into the higher grades a lot more easier on them.
Web has also helped improve our middle school by breaking the barrier between grade levels. It has helped all the grade levels be more comfortable around each other.
These are a few of many reasons why web has improved middle school.
Hi, Board of Directors.
Today we will be explaining what webbing means and how our experience was at orientation.
My favorite part of orientation was when we rewarded the 6th graders with candies and when we got to play fun games.
My favorite part of orientation was making posters for welcoming the new middle schoolers.
My favorite part of orientation was bringing the 6th graders back to the classroom and getting to know them.
My favorite part of the orientation was planning costumes for the school tour.
My favorite part of orientation was helping the sixth graders feel welcome into middle school.
We call our sixth graders Webbies because they're like a little version of us. Now you know what Webbies are.
I felt very welcomed and I really liked the activities we did and it was really fun.
When I first became a Webbie, I really loved my web leader. It was amazing and I felt like I actually mattered. When I first became a Webbie, I felt really welcomed and my web leaders were amazing and they helped me through a lot of things.
When I was a Webbie, I liked my web leader because he was very nice.
When I was a Webbie, I liked my web leaders because they were enthusiastic and always there to help me when I needed it.
All right, next slide, please. And as Dr. Bufico shared, please enjoy a performance by our Stonegate 6th through 8th grade concert band comprised of both Stonegate and Bridgeway Island students. This group is our Stonegate students, and they will be performing March of the Chinchillas, led by our band director, Dolores Henson. Also, as Dr. Bufico shared, Bridgeway Stonegate Concert Band earned a superior first place in our division, as well as an overall for all the middle school band at Music in the Parks. And this is the first time that she and her band had ever won this. So she was overjoyed. We had our band concert last night. And we'd like to invite the board and cabinet or any guest to join us tomorrow, May 13th from 11:30 to 12 p.m. and enjoy our first picnic day where students will eat lunch together and listen to our award-winning band. And here is our Stonegate band performing the March of the Chinchillas.
One, two, ready.
So as you can see, this is also one way that we've adapted our school environment where our multi-purpose room really is of multi-use. It became our band room so that we could accommodate social distancing with COVID. And you can also see it's also our cafeteria and so much more. And I want to highlight this video was created 5 months ago when we were going to do our presentation. So tomorrow, if you're able to come out, you can just see how they've grown from performing back in November. And thank you for learning about our Ohana and having us tonight.
Yeah, Marisela, that was super. I can't, what's the pun on lions? So anyways, thank you. Huh? Any questions or any comments from the board? That was a great, yes, outline of Stonegate. Okay.
I have one. I'd like to say that Principal Rad Patterson shared briefly about dance parties, but when I was there on a tour in a room, there she was with her message that gets broadcast all across all the classrooms. And she actually led the dance party that
Nice.
we all needed to break into. So I just want to thank you for thoughtful, clearly high expectations, a focus on the whole child, and also fun. And thank you for all that you do.
I just wanted to say thank you again for showing the presentation about the web program. I think that's very important for, you know, the kids that are getting ready to go into 7th and 8th definitely feel a little intimidated, right? As they're starting to kind of go into the steps of being bigger kids, and you know, 7th and 8th graders can be a little intimidating sometimes, even though you've grown up with them your whole life and you've seen them. But when it comes to being in that environment, it's a big step. And so I think that's an outstanding program that you've implemented there. And I just wanted to comment that thank you for showcasing it, so maybe others can take advantage.
Okay, any other comments?
I like the M&M math.
I also have to commend you on your kind of really clear focus on equity and justice, right? So that's been clear, even our curriculum, what you bring forth, that is front and center for y'all, and just appreciate everything you do in your march towards equity. And so thank you for being phenomenal education leaders and fun at the same time. That makes sense. Okay, and if not, we're going to move on to student and association reports. Do we have Kaden Kohama King from Yolo High School?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. Is it okay if I do my camera off today?
You can do whatever you want, sir.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. So hello. I'm going to be doing the reading the board. So yeah, Bridgeway Elementary, spring has sprung. First graders reading, writing, and learning all about life cycles. And check out the adorable baby chicks.
They're so cute.
The band took its first place in the parks, and our 8th graders were celebrated at their final band concert. Riverbank Elementary. 3rd grade Mother's Day project and the CASP assignments and student kickball game versus staff and students.
Oh, nice.
Southport Elementary. Congratulations and thank you to all of our students and staff for their hard work on the CASP testing for the past couple of weeks. And we are looking forward to the end of the year events in May, such as the band recital, 4th and 5th grade spelling bee, and the middle school field day and staff versus 8th grade kickball game. Westmore Oaks Elementary. Students who worked hard on the CASP test earned raffle tickets for great prizes. And thank you for all that donated, such as Walmart and parents. Westfield Elementary. Monday, May 16th, ice cream Sunday celebration for all students that were on time and tried their best during the CBAC testing. And we are happy to share that 8th graders will be recognized by Senator Richard Pan's office for excellent achievements. Evergreen Opportunity Academy. Our students are flying, learning in class, and recovering credits from previous opportunities. Keep it up, students. You're doing great. And thank you for all the service and weekly groups on empowering the students. Washington Adult School. Our enrollment numbers in our English honor class continue to grow as we offer more robust programming and support. We have 2 students in PAC are number 2 and 3 in the Carpenters Union list. Great job, ladies. And thank you for the skills, for these skills for career success at Yellow High School. Congrats and thank you to all the students for your hard work on the CASP testing. Today there was a raffle for AirPods, YOLO gear, River Cats tickets, and there was a Kona ice cream or icy food truck. And we're planning Memorial May 13th and Saturday, May 14th on campus. Everyone is invited to join the celebration. And thank you all the assistants. And congratulations to Miss Ellie, the outreach specialist, for winning Classified Employee of the Year Health and Student Services. Thanks for everything you do for the students, staff, families, and community. Washington Middle College had a picnic day this year. River City High School. Congratulations on River City for taking first place best of show.
Wow.
We beat out 40 local high school construction teams in the last 2 days on the design build shed competition. Congratulations for that. You have won first place in the last 2 events. And then next slide is when, I can't say that word, went out at the 65th annual Golden Empire Music Festival at Sacramento State. First festival since 2019, and boy did they deliver. They had a superior for the performance, highest rating among individual assembles. Baseball, River City baseball made the playoffs. Softball made the playoffs and won the league title. Swim made the section meet, and 2 swimmers and 1 relay team make it to the section finals. Track had 32 kids make it into Division II sections, and 24 made it into the finals tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Student athlete baseball player Freddie Rodriguez was recently highlighted on ABC 10, and he signed a scholarship to attend to play baseball for Cal Poly San Luis. Obispo.
Okay, you're doing great, Kaden. You're doing great.
3 athletics are being awarded scholarships at the May 18th senior event. The average GPIE for boys is 3.42 and girls is 3.57 for this quarter.
That's far.
Bridgeway Stonegate Concert Band. The Bridgeway Stonegate Concert Band is a combination of band students from Bridgeway Island Elementary School and Stonegate School. Together they create a 59-piece band. The concert is on Saturday, May 7th. The band earned a rating of superior first place trophy in their division overall trophy for all middle schools. Following the competition, the students had a fun day at Six Flags. Southport Westmore Oaks Advanced Band. This past Saturday, the Southport Westmore Oaks Advanced Band went to Sac State, where they received an excellent rating. This upcoming Saturday, they will be participating in the Music in the Parks Band Festival as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaden.
Thank you, Kaden.
Appreciate it. Okay. Up next is President Doug Knupp, WSTA report.
I will be ceding the initial part of my presentation to Csa Report Martinez, who's prepared some data, some analytics regarding utilization of our resource specialists and our instructional coaches.
Sorry, I saved it on the wrong drive.
Yes. Is she unmuted? Tessa, can you hear? She should be. She said she raised her hand. Do they see me?
She's under Jeremy Heblin Martinez.
Oh, she's probably.
Tessa.
There you go.
Thank you. Very good catch.
You can see it.
Hi, sorry, we
There you
shared. Hi.
You don't look like that.
I know. I got logged out of it and then I guess I didn't change the name back to be me. All right.
President Neff has ceded the floor to you, Tessa, so whenever you're ready.
All right. Hello, good evening, members of the board. So I come today with some background information about what is being asked of our instructional coaches and reading intervention specialists this past year, and come with a couple of concerns about the impact that's happening on our bargaining members, as well as the impact that those impacts are having on the schools that they serve. So I want to start with some information about the instructional coach duties. So looking at the instructional coach job description as provided by the district, it is described as having daily one-on-one group interactions with teachers, daily one-on-one or group interactions with teachers, providing all teachers ongoing targeted classroom support, specifically targeting potential needs that teachers are having coming back to the classroom following COVID, following transitioning back from learning, virtual learning, in order to best support their students and utilize all the new tools that have become available to us and that the district has invested in, helping us apply them to our curriculum and classroom cultures. But also, one of the specific lines in the job description is that the instructional coach will not perform supervision or evaluation. Currently, what we're seeing is that our instructional coaches are very frequently being pulled in order to fill absences in various classrooms. So our instructional coaches are being removed from their duties to provide substitute coverage at different sites in different classrooms. The concerns that we have regarding this is the frequent disruption of duties. So the instructional coaches are not able to consistently provide that support to the teachers and classrooms that is so very much needed at this time. It also then creates an inequity of access to teacher support throughout sites, because some sites are having more access to these instructional coaches than others, depending on the needs as far as substituting is going, despite them not supposed to be substituting per their job description. The other concern is that our bargaining unit members who are instructional coaches are unable to fulfill their job requirements when they are subbing. They do not have the same type of daily schedule that classroom teachers have. And so the impact on them is greater. And again, substituting is something that is actively denied by the job description that we see that was approved by the board previously. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Thank you. For the reading specialists, we have some more information and then some more concerns following it. So per the district job descriptions, reading specialists are to spend 80% of their contract time providing small group and individual students with diagnostic tests and instructional support. Considering that we have had so much concern about learning loss and limited access during virtual, and we're working so hard to get students back up to speed, not having access to those diagnostic tests consistently and instructional supports can be really impactful for these students. Further, the remaining 20% of their contract time is working with teachers and site leadership teams to develop interventions as well as attend trainings so that they can best support the student populations that they serve. Again, we're starting to see our reading specialists be very frequently pulled from these duties to instead provide support covering classes at sites. Much like with the instructional coaches, we are concerned about equity of access. So students are not receiving the provided supports that are necessary for them to attain level. They're not getting those intervention strategies that will help them with potential reading struggles, as well as not having access to the people who will test them in order to identify those possible reading struggles. Again, we're having an equity of access across sites depending on sub needs. Further, there's actually an inequity because we do not have a reading specialist at, I believe it is Westfield or Westboro, yeah. So we are missing a reading specialist there, which means that that student population does not have access to this extra support that the other sites do. And further, again, we have an impact on our bargaining unit members. These specialists do not follow the same hours and schedule that a traditional classroom teacher does. They are unable to fulfill their duties, and teachers do not get the support that they need for their students when we are so concerned about having students performing at grade level. And if they're failing to perform at grade level, giving them the supports that they need to catch up. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of impacts here that have been previously mentioned, but there are also further impacts on our bargaining unit members. Bargaining unit members who are instructional coaches and who are reading specialists are not being treated as professionals and vital support. Instead, at this time, they're being treated as kind of a backup for when substitutes are unavailable. Bargaining unit members are also doing work that is in direct violation of their job description. Students are not getting the academic support that they need. We have students that are not performing at grade level, that are not getting the diagnostics that they may need, and are not getting the interventions that they are supposed to have. If those interventions are kind of written into a 504 or IEP, there's a further concern with the inequity there. Students who need help catching up from the effects of virtual are not getting the assistance that they need, kind of readjusting to the classroom environment and making those leaps and strides that they need to catch up to their peers. There's also, again, students at specific places that are not getting access to the same type of interventions as their peers, which is creating an inequity across the district. Next slide, please. So reading specialists and instructional coaches are also covering full days with no prep buyout. Per our contract in Articles 14.761 and 14.512, bargaining unit members who work through that prep time should be getting either a prep buyout or time sheeting that hour. Our instructional coaches and reading specialists who sub in these classrooms, who sub for the whole day and do not get a prep period, are not being offered that contractual aspect. We collect data from these bargaining unit members, and when we looked at the data, we found that the impacted members are shown an average of 17% of their contract time is being used for substituting purposes. At some sites, it's closer to 25%. The average was 17. Bargaining unit members who are instructional coaches and reading specialists do not have the capacity within their job description to sub the way that the general classroom teachers do. General classroom teachers, we have prep time built into our schedules, and we have the ability to agree and consent to cover classrooms without disrupting our classroom duties. We're still able to do what we need to do. The instructional coaches and reading specialists do not have that ability, and so it impacts them at a greater level, and it's something that does need to be notified. We do absolutely understand that this year is far from normal and that this is not the norm. But we are noticing a concerning trend in using these unit members as site-specific subs or as substitutes regularly, and we're concerned that the trend could continue, and we wanted to bring attention to it in order to start that conversation, in order to prevent that from happening, so that our unit members are able to fulfill their duties and support our students, and so our students are able to have access to the supports that they need, and so that their teachers have access to the supports that they need to support the students as well. And that's all that I have. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Tessa.
Mhm.
So I think this is one of those places where I want to talk about the disconnect, because I know our intention in WUSD and in WSTA is that we are always trying to serve the most at risk, the kids who need the most, and we're trying to make sure that they don't slip through the cracks. These are some of these simple decisions that get made, and they're not thought about very much, but we have to find other ways to resolve these issues of coverage. If we are taking, I like to think of our instructional coaches and especially our resource specialists. I'm gonna honor my friend Colum and make a military reference. Okay, these are the Rangers and they're the Navy SEALs. These are the ones going into the most needy places and doing the precision work. And in our response to COVID and in our response plan to COVID, this was a very critical component to our response to be able to help these kids catch up and to be able to help make sure that our most disadvantaged kids, the one that don't have the privileges, have the opportunity to have the equity, the equal level of education as everybody else. We have to be better. We have to be better at thinking ahead of time and saying, maybe it's not a good idea to take these critical resources and have them be substitute teachers. Because what are we doing? We're taking the ones that are going to our at-risk kids, the kids who need us the most, and we're taking them and we're putting them back in a position where honestly, we're not even utilizing them very well. They're probably just following some generic sub-plans in a general education classroom. So I know we all strive to do well, but we have to do better. 17% of their time being spent as substitute teachers. These are the ones that our kids really rely on. So I'm just asking everybody to consider this and think about how we make this better because our students deserve it. I have a couple of other points tonight. There was some mention tonight in one of the presentations of advisory period. Some sites call it homeroom, some sites call it advisory. I'm not going to make a comment about homeroom or advisory in regards to the benefits of homeroom advisory, and I'm sure there is. But per our contract, Article 14.1.3, the parties agree that changes that substantially impact unit members' duty hours will be subjected to meeting and negotiating. In the event of an individual school wishes to implement a program that requires substantial changes in duty hours, a waiver will be submitted and approved by the association. There have been changes to our schedule over the last several years that have not gone through the waiver process, which means that my bargaining team's eyes and my eyes have not had an opportunity to look at the impacts of these changes and make sure that my teachers in my association aren't being taken advantage of and make sure that their rights are not being overlooked. Furthermore, when we don't go through this process, oftentimes we overlook the fact that our students are actually getting shortchanged on instructional minutes. And I can tell you on two of the instances where we've looked at sites this year that have either tried to or have changed their schedule, we're talking about substantial changes in instructional minutes. We're talking about hundreds and even thousands of hours shortchanged at certain sites with changes in schedule. Again, I don't think it was thought about when the schedule was made, but this is why there's a waiver process and we have to look at it. So I would like the cabinet to be directed to make sure that any changes to schedule always go through the waiver process as listed in Article 14.1.3. And then finally tonight, the last thing I have is that we have been working and bargaining on compensation in good faith with our collaborators in WUSD. We made a proposal. WUSD made a counter proposal. I was watching the video tonight and some of those very amazing instructors that I saw in some of the school reports have already announced they're leaving WUSD. because they're exhausted and they can't afford it anymore. Some of the very names that were in that video that we were celebrating. Right now, inflation is going between 8 and 10%. The price at the pump is $6 a gallon. When I look at the counteroffer I heard today, and I'm not going to share it because of decorum. When I look at the counteroffer we received today, basically WSD is asking my my members to take a pay cut. Because if that proposal that was made was accepted by us after the cost of inflation and the cost of gas and everything else, and probably the cost of health insurance, we're going to be making less money next year. And I'm just saying that in context of, we know that the state, that the projection for COLA is 6.56%. We know the budgets have been increased. We know that there's more money there than in years past, and it's possible that in future years, it's going to be a little bit more bleak. This is the time for my members to get their comeuppance for everything they've done through COVID, everything they've put in, to tell them that we want them to stay in education, and we want to attract teachers, but we also want to retain the excellent ones we have. So I urge, once again, I urge the board to direct cabinet to offer a competitive salary and compensation package. We don't want to dance. We don't want to offer numbers here, here, and here. Let's just come together and get this done before the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Okay, next report up is CSA report. President Daniel Gandara, I did not see him in the room. Has he showed up, or is he the phone number?
Yeah, can you hear me? I called in.
We got you, Daniel.
We have you, President Gandara. Proceed.
Good evening, and good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, Board President Wong, and trustees. I have a couple things to go over this evening. Last week, Superintendent sent out a message that said, "It is no secret that WSD would not be where we are today without our incredible partners in the West Sacramento Teachers Association and the Classified School Employees Association. Your immeasurable contributions to our students, families, schools, district, and community during another unparalleled year are extraordinary." After reading that message, classified employees got an email regarding optional professional development and training opportunities for June. That's the summer. This executive board wants to make it public and tell the board that classified employees want and deserve training during normal work calendars and to be treated like all employees in the district. Why would the district think it's okay or appropriate to only offer training for classified employees during the summer or on an optional basis? Let us all remind everyone that every Wednesday during the school year, there is a dedicated time for professional learning and development. And that would be the time for classified members to be given this same opportunity. You say our contributions are great, but we are not given the same opportunity to grow, learn, and promote. If our HR department would release an organizational chart, you would see that classified members hold very few leadership roles in the district, and additionally, management positions continue to be created and filled by predominantly non-classified members and people from outside of the district. When do we not have a seat at the table, our voices will continue to not be heard, and equity will never truly exist. In terms of your lowest paid employees, who also work the most hours and have the longest calendars, and are predominantly women, we seem to only be recognized as contributing in words, but not valued enough to be given leadership roles. Classified staffing is low, and retention issues will continue to be a problem if this problem of practices does not change. Perfect example. We have a transportation supervisor position that's been vacant for 13 months now. I know classified employees have applied for that position. Classified employees who work in that department have applied for that position. Why are we not given the opportunity to prove ourselves and do the job? Lastly, I want to talk about negotiations. We too are still at the table. We meet next Tuesday. In addition to not having promotional growth and opportunity, we are also not being respected in terms of salary negotiations. The only offer from the district for a real salary increase, not one-time money, has been 2%. This is wrong on so many levels, and it's not okay. Knowing how many millions of dollars are in reserve, 2% is disrespectful, a waste of time, and embarrassing, especially considering our contributions are extraordinary. We want to close by asking you all this important question. How can we keep classified employees working for WUSD? Our answer is simple. Show them they are valued through fair labor negotiations and practices, provide them training during their work calendars, not just in the summer, and help them grow into leadership roles so that their voices are heard and their representation really matters. Lastly, I want to talk about safety on our high school campuses, our campus. Safety for the students and our CSEA members and all staff, to be quite frankly. As the president of CSA, I am publicly requesting that the school resource officer position to be reinstated for next school year. My members and all staff need to be in a safe working environment. We listened and paid close attention to the board meeting where these positions were discussed and eliminated because of financial and political reasons. We don't believe our students and staff safety should be based on politics. And now that we are hiring so many management positions, we know money is not a concern either. So again, I would really like to the board to consider bringing back at least one SRO for our district. With that, thank you, and you guys have a good evening.
Now is the time for public comments. I will read the disclosure and disclaimer. Mario Miramontes will be managing it. So we will first take the comments in the room and move on to the virtual queue afterwards and read the public comments after that. If I'm reading this correctly, we will be limiting it to 20 minutes, which allows for 2 minutes per those in both the virtual queue and in the room. So limiting it to 20 minutes, just wanting to kind of start with that. Members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda in addition to the topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board are not on the agenda. Although the board by law may not take action at this meeting, under board policy, the board may limit the total time of public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Individual speakers may be provided up to 3 minutes to comment on any topic unless amended. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. The policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. The process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in public board meeting, may be actual civil defamation. Mario, it's turned over to you.
All right, our first public comment is from Alejandra Frias.
Irias.
Perdón.
Good evening, Dr. Hildreth, President Wong, and your board members. My name is Alejandra Diaz, and I'm a dual immersion teacher at Elkhorn. I am here today to shed light on the district's current negotiation with the dual immersion team. Presently, the district has a counteroffer that is way below the stipend that we believe is fair. After looking at the stipends that other California districts are offering their DLI teachers, we know that many are unaware of the additional tasks that we DLI teachers complete. So I want to provide some insight. We develop curriculum along with our colleagues. Many will say, but aren't the DLI units created and all you do is translate? The answer is no. Teachers are creating, modifying, and revamping the ELA units yearly. Some of us spend time working with our colleagues on those units and then turn around and adapt them to meet our DLI classroom needs and tailor them to our available resources. Others would argue that district translations are no big deal since there are translators in the district. The reality is the authentic Spanish and curriculum cannot just be translated. In addition to that, we have to create additional lessons to cover the additional Spanish language arts standards that do not exist in ELA. Our students, for example, have approximately 10 additional standards, not including the variations and substandards. They're rigorous standards that many students wouldn't be exposed to until they were in upper grade Spanish courses. We are also tasked with teaching SLD, Spanish language development, which means we are creating additional lessons and curricula since they are not readily available as per se ELD lessons. And these are just to name a few. It is clear that the district sees our dual immersion program as an asset since it continues to advertise it and use it as a way to bring in and keep families in the district. So here is our request to you. If you truly value the dual immersion program and all that is done to distinguish the WUSD from other districts, then please direct the district's negotiation.
Next, we have Angelica Ramirez.
I'm going to give up my time to the secretary. Is that possible? Okay. Okay. So our request to you, board members, is if you truly value the program and all that is done to distinguish WUSD from other districts, then please direct the district negotiation team to support our teachers and provide a just stipend. Thank you so much.
Next public comment is from Stephen Weiss.
Yeah, and I said it right.
Timer starts now. You can begin.
All right, good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak and share my thoughts and opinions. After Teacher Appreciation Week, which was just last week, I began to notice a distinct paradox between what the district says and how it actually acts towards teachers. In public comments, the district has wonderful things to share about teachers, how much we're valued, how much of an impact we make on our district. That is all 100% true. However, when it truly becomes time for the district to put its money where its mouth is, that money is preferred to be spent on more administrative staff and contracting services, much of which are for personnel that don't know our students, faculty, or district dynamics. Specifically, I'm referring to the district's budget allocation, which calls for 26% to be spent on things called contracting services. I have yet to benefit from these services, and I view it as a slap in the face to the hardworking staff in the district, many of whom are leaving or are considering leaving this district and the teaching profession as a whole. For perspective, the budget that is allocated toward paying certificated staff is actually less than the amount that is spent on contracting services. We get paid less than them as a total allocation of the budget. Currently, the certificated staff are so valued in this district that as much, if not more of that money, like I said, is being spent on those employees that don't live locally, that don't make our district run. We make our district run, not those contractors. The education shortage is well documented throughout this country, and our district is no exception. There have been positions that have gone unfilled for much, if not the entire school year in some instances. To further exacerbate this situation is knowing numerous experienced friends and colleagues leaving the district or considering leaving the field because of the widely known subpar compensation, particularly considering we are all college educated professionals. Now there is a revolutionary economic theory which perhaps can help address this challenge. Better compensation means more demand for the positions we do have, lower employee turnover, and fewer unfilled positions. And most importantly, educators who can afford to keep working this profession. Miss Annie Cole, I believe, will do her best to finish later. I have lots.
Our next public comment request came from Azita.
Hello. Thank you. Okay, I'm starting at the end first, so you can hear the main message. If you can see, I circled it in red, put it up here. My main message is teachers in West Sacramento are teaching with their hearts and souls every single day, and over the weekends, you don't see that. I have seen it and I'll explain how. They are cutting off time from their homes and families every day. By the time they get home, they're exhausted. They miss out on games. They miss out on their family dinner, or if they're sitting at dinner, they're too tired. So it is time for a change for all. Fair and proper compensation and benefits for our dedicated teachers and other staff members, of course. So I'm sure Stan knows me. My name is Azita Juba. I'm a second grade teacher at Bridgeway Elementary. And I'm back here to advocate for my fellow teachers. I'm a BITSA provider. This year I had 3 teachers under my wings. I always have 2. And every year I have to meet up with the teachers an hour a week or more. And every time I end up doing my own prep work after I'm done with the teachers. Every time I'm leaving, I think I'm the last one to leave the campus, and it's not true. I see a few other teachers who are leaving at the same time as me. They're not mentors, they're just working. You don't see it. Please drive by the school campuses, any campus, and see how many cars are still in the parking lots. And they're just working for free because they're working from their heart and soul. That's how they work for free. They care for their students. That's why they're doing what they're doing every day. I used to work at Westmore Oaks, and I was the liaison between the West Sacramento city and yeah, I'm sorry too. And Westfield, same thing. Stayed for hours and hours. They're dedicated people. Keep them. Try to keep them. That's my last word. Thank you.
Our next public comment request is from Nikiva Gregory.
Thank you, board trustees. All right. I think that in the future, if you're going to be cutting short our time, you need to kind of let us know that before, because we do, do this so that we plan it during 3 minutes. Secondly, if somebody is wearing a mask, I think they need to be given a microphone so that everyone can hear them. My reason that I'm here tonight is because I think that we need to let all of our 8th graders promote. I think that it's really sad that here it's been a year like no other. We are so grateful that the kids have come to school and they're working, and nobody knows what's going on at home. Nobody knows what's going on at school. Nobody knows what's going on in that child's life. So that they are not doing well in school and maybe have gotten an F or something, I think that we need to give them some grace. It's been a year like no other. We need to support those kids and take care of them the way that we would want our children to be taken care of. And I don't think that it does anybody justice by having an 8th grader not promoting through the whole promotion ceremony. I think we need to forget about if they have an F, they don't get to promote. I think we need to let everybody promote. Also, I talked to you guys before about Be Brave, Be You. I think that all of our educators who are LGBT friendly allies need to be able to wear something like this so that students feel comfortable to be able to talk to them. Because I wear this, I hear it all the time. So I really hope that we focus more on training next year and that we get some of these for our students. Also, I'd like to make a comment about the teachers that were subbing all year. You know what? We weren't doing any good things for making our teachers teach in an area that they were not supposed to be teaching. It was very demoralizing and it was difficult for them. I mean, they did not know from every single day when they came to work what they were going to be doing that day. They came to do their job and they were not given that opportunity. We could hire permanent substitutes as teachers that could just float.
Our next public comment request is from Annie Cole or Apple.
I'm giving my time back to Stephen Luce.
There you go.
All right, I will start the 2-minute timer.
If us teachers are truly so valued and appreciated, as they say, then stop spending the war chest of money on consultants that have little to no benefit to the teachers and students. If the goal of these consultants is to truly support us, it seems rational that we, the teachers, should be in that decision-making process. We're not. So instead, it seems evident to me that the sole purpose of many of these consultants and other initiatives is not to support teachers and students. Instead, it is my strong belief that these are used for the district to promote themselves. So when they come here to board meetings or to share with the public, they can highlight all these things they're doing. If this is not the case, then who is to judge the effectiveness and useful of these programs? If they are not to benefit the teacher, then why are my opinions not asked for, or why are they not valued when they are given? Since I don't feel like my opinion is wanted or used, I am here. Furthermore, at a time with decreasing student enrollment and school sites losing teaching positions, it seems absurd to increase the number of administrators in the district, as has been done by creating 2 brand new positions. Great, let's pay administrators more while cutting teachers. This bears repeating. We are losing students and teachers, yet we're gaining administrators. Quite the paradox. Here's my view of this situation. Fewer teachers means less money needing to be spent on certificated staff, which means more money to hire and pay administrators. Administrative positions that promote the district to the board and public. In short, it is us, the teachers, who support the kids, who provide them with daily social emotional support, not the consultants or the ever-expanding number of administrators in the district. The money is available to make West Sac the envy of the regional educational field and truly be the gateway of possibilities. Instead, this money is being squandered to fulfill political needs. Let me remind you all one last time of the importance of what I am arguing for. We want more teachers. We want high quality teachers. We want a low teacher turnover rate. All of these benefit students. What does not benefit the students is incentivizing looking for jobs elsewhere because our staff is underpaid and undervalued. Great things in this district happen primarily because of us, the teachers, and our work with the students. I encourage all parties to remember this and act like it. Thank you.
Our last in-person comment request was from Deborah McDaniel.
I'm taking the mask off. 13 days. I have MS. And the reason I have on sunglasses, I have an eye disease also. I'm leaving in 13 days. Please pay my partners. I found out $818 a month for medical for my husband when I walk away in 13 days. I can't afford it. That's 20% of what I'm getting in retirement. I have worked in this district 26 years. I've given you my heart. I've given you my soul. I'm Westmore Oaks. No reading teacher all year. 5 days, that's all my kids got. First grade. Do you know how many of them are not at grade level? Because of it. But I spent a half an hour every morning giving them extra reading intervention services. When are you going to hire somebody at Westmore Oaks? You're cheating those kids. You talk about equity. Where's the equity? All year. I have been angry about it all year. I came from a reading background. That is the most essential foundational piece we can give any child in West Sacramento. Any child. and they'll succeed. I have children that came in at a preschool level in first grade, never had been to school. Never. I had to teach them how to be a student. I had to teach them how to read. I had to teach them how to do math. I'm happy they can add 5 + 1. Do something. Pay our teachers.
Next public comment from Ruth, who is virtual. Ruth, you may unmute yourself. Your 2
And
minutes.
can you do one more round? Anybody else in the room?
I'm sorry, we're gonna check if there's one more person.
I'll bring up.
It's late. It's past Monday.
Okay.
All right, Ruth, you are unmuted and you may begin. 2 minutes begin now.
Thank you to the board, superintendent, and staff for allowing me this public comment. I agree with President Gandara's comment and wish to add that school resource officers are needed in our district. They are needed in every district. The presence of an SRO provides additional safety, especially during an active shooter event. An SRO is a deterrent for crime, and they are also first responders who are trained to save lives. We are not unique or immune to epidemics, crises, or emergencies, and it would be wrong to assume that these tragedies will not happen here. Fentanyl is unlike any drug in modern day history, and the misuse of it, including overdoses, are killing thousands each year. It has been reported that opioid overdoses in teens ages 14 to 18 increased by 94% between 2019 and 2020, and an additional 20% between 2020 and 2021. As most of us know, Narcan is an opiate antidote that can be given to somebody who is overdosing. This medicine is responsible for reversing the deadly effects of an opioid overdose and has proven to save lives if administered quickly. Police officers carry Narcan, not in their cars, on their bodies. Police officers also carry tourniquets on their person. And although we do not often like to think about why they would need those things, it is important to understand that they are trained to save lives in many different circumstances. Having an SRO on campus can also serve as a mentor for those in need and a positive role model for those who are interested. The benefits are immeasurable to our staff as well, and we hope that you will please consider funding these positions of school resource officers again. I want to thank Dr. Bafico and Vice Principal Dietrich and all the teachers and staff at Bridgeway for literally being superheroes to our 1,100 students. They are thriving because of all of them. Lastly, I want to personally thank Mia, the amazing musician who spoke and played earlier. During the height of the pandemic, I was put in touch with Mia through Miss Weatherly's connection, and with the support of her parents, she tutored my 6th grader on the flute.
Sorry to interrupt, Ruth, the 2 minutes are up.
Thank you so much, Mia.
Thank you, Ruth.
Can I just ask a point of legalities? We should be carrying Narcan on campuses. That is just a legal issue. Can we check into that, please?
We do have Narcan available.
Okay, I just want to be sure because that's a statutory requirement. Right.
The use will be more widespread, I think.
I just want to be clear that we have Narcan on campuses, that it's not currently, because legally we have to be carrying Narcan on campus. So that's a point of clarification. Okay. Comments to be
We
read.
have 2 pre-submitted public comments that I will be reading. First public comment that was pre-submitted was from Christy Jordan. She stated, "Good evening, board members. Please remind district leaderships, specifically Assistant Superintendent Panu, that our staff, our human resources, are our most valuable resources, and they should be treated as such. Recommending a 2% pay increase for classified staff when the cost of living is up 8 to 10% is disgraceful and embarrassment. Seemingly limitless expenditures are approved for outside contractors and legal fees, and you are adding more and more middle management positions. However, our hardest working population, our classified staff, are disrespected at the bargaining table. I love what WUSD stands for. Our core values include having respect for all of our students, staff, and community. We have always been a team. I am stunned by this disrespect of our classified staff. This is not the action of the WUSD that I know and love." And the The second pre-submitted comment is from Colin Malik. He states, "Hello, school board, cabinet, and staff. I must ask you some questions regarding bargaining. How much should be in reserves over your very own board policy of 6%? As a taxpayer, what plans do you have to do with so much in reserve? What purpose or reason does it serve? How much are the amazing teachers, classified, and staff worth to you? What would you pay to keep those who have toiled and worked at backbreaking levels during COVID? Is this still, as you claim, the quote, gateway to opportunities? Or is the board and district bargaining intent on driving away great teachers instead to create a quote, pathway of mediocrity, all to save some money that is clearly available? Has the board or district office forgot or simply disregarded the impasse, conflict, and mistrust fostered during 2017? Withholding fair and competitive pay cuts directly against your purported mission is disingenuous at best, and really shows us just how much you care or don't care about educators and ultimately students in West Sacramento. As a parent and West Sacramento taxpayer, I urge you to direct the district to offer fair and competitive wage increases to both CSEA and WSTA so that we may continue to retain, train, and keep the best and the brightest in our district." And that was the last of our pre-submitted public comments.
Great.
We are at 20 minutes.
We are at right at 20 minutes. All right, we're going to move on to item M, public hearing. We do not have anything for a public hearing, so we will move on to information and discussion items. Assistant Superintendent Monique Saval to update on COVID funding program and services. Yep.
Thank you for your time. Being my colleague, and I will be providing an update on our COVID funding and specifically our investments into the different programs and services that were funded with this funding. This will be the first of what we plan to be a quarterly update so that we are able to report out on the use of the funds and the impact of the investments. Next slide. As I shared, the purpose of this is to provide an update on the investments into our programs and services. Next slide. We divided the presentation into two parts. First, an overview of our COVID relief grants, as they're commonly called, and then also a status of our programs and services. Next slide. So let's begin. Next slide. All of our, as we term it, our COVID grants or COVID funding have very specific allowable uses, and a couple of the funding, the grants, required expenditure plans. Those two grants are the Expanded Learning Opportunities, also known as the ELO, or you might remember it as the AB 86 funding source, and our Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief number 3, also known as our ESSER grant. They were approved in 2021. Next slide. We'll review the different grants, maybe not in complete detail, but we wanted to provide a summary. These grants have already been fully expended. They were the Coronavirus Relief Fund, also known as the CRF, that was spent mainly on academic supports and professional development and technology. That money had to be spent quite some time ago. That was last May 2021. The ESSER 1, we spent health and safety and sanitation. We didn't need to spend all of those funds until 24, but we've already spent those funds. Next is our Governor's Emergency Education, also known as our GEAR, spent on technology and instruction, and our general fund, our SB 98 funding. Next slide. The focus of the programs and services that we'll discuss today are funded through these particular grants: our IPI, ELO, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3. Our IPI grant, which is our in-person instruction, also referred to as our AB 86 funding. We have a deadline of September 2024. I'll note that all of these funding sources, all of these grants, the deadline originally may have been sooner, but now they're all in line to be able to be, that we need to spend them by September 30th, 2024. Our Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, also known as our ELO, that has a similar the same deadline. Wanted to make note that this is the grant where 10% is designated to our paraprofessionals. And then our last two are our ESSER 2 and our ESSER 3 grants. They have very similar allowable uses, but as we shared on the slide before, our our ESSER 3 grant that has the expenditure plan that you approved last fall. Next slide. We wanted to share with you the percentages that we've spent to date of each grant, and also some sample expenses thus far. You'll see that the IPI, the in-person instruction, sample expenses have been our COVID test kits for our students and staff and employee stipends. Thus far, we've spent about 58% of that grant. Our ELO, Expanded Learning Opportunities, sample expenses are software, summer school, outreach workers. We've spent about 36%. Our ESSER 2, we've spent about 84% on our virtual academy, on Chromebooks and network upgrades, tables. The ESSER 3, which is the grant that we received most recently, we have yet to spend any of that funding. We'll begin spending that this summer. We're already working very closely with our facilities team to begin spending those funds. Next slide. Our goal with all of the COVID funding is to make sure that our expenses align with our 3 district goals, which are college and career readiness, culture and climate, and parent and community engagement. So at this time, I will hand the presentation off to Assistant Superintendent Moisage to talk about the programs and services we've implemented using these funds that align with our district goals.
Thank you. So just as a reminder, Washington Unified's approach to planning for this funding has taken into account that there are multiple one-time grant funding sources that will be available over a few years. And I think keyword there is one-time funding. And the funding for the actions in this presentation are actions directly funded by COVID relief funds. Because as you know, there are a lot of other programs and services that are funded, have other funding sources that help us accomplish our goals as well. So Ed Services, as well as other departments within WSD, have had ongoing conversations with district and site staff regarding status of programs that utilize COVID-related funds throughout the course of the year. And we've been monitoring our progress. We can look at the next slide. We'll go one more. Thank you. So in addition, staff have been compiling information as to student and staff usage for these programs and services. And that has included surveys to our administrative team. That has also included a survey to our teaching staff as well. And so we use that information to help classify how these programs are doing. And so the 3 categories that we have are performing, which means the activity has been carried out as planned. Doesn't mean there's not room for improvement. It just means that we've carried it out as we hoped. Implementing means we've carried out the activity, but it just hasn't advanced as far as in terms of the success that we want yet. And developing, meaning basically that the activity has been planned or available, but it hasn't been implemented yet with our students and staff. So in the next slides, we have matched these programs and services to the LCAP goals. So you can see how we classify them. Looking at the programs of college and career, most of them are performing, although we think we can improve again in all these areas for next year. The biggest ticket item I think on here that we just want to note is the Chromebooks for the one-to-one initiative. That was a very, very large expenditure. And of course, that has put for all our K-12 students, that has put a Chromebook in all of their hands to support the instruction, which of course, over the past couple of years has been critical, knowing that most of the students could not access these resources physically on our school site. So that was a huge one. And you can go to the next slide and look at some of the ones that we classified as implementing. And as we think about implementing, I think it's important to point out that some of these programs have showed some signs of positive effects on students. It just means that they're not as widespread where we want them across the district. But it doesn't mean they weren't positive in terms of its effect for many of our students. We can look at the next slide. And we have a couple of things that we've classified as in the developing stage. You notice we could put a paraeducators in that category. The good news is, and the reason it's developing is that we had difficulty, as many schools in different districts around our region have had difficulty with staffing paraeducators. We are no exception. We did not staff fully for the whole year. However, the good news is that as of May 6th, I believe that all but one of these paraeducator positions have been filled, which means that for next year, we're starting out in such a really good place with these paras, which we envision really helping the instruction. We'll go ahead and we'll look at the culture and climate part of our goals.
Stan, can you go back to, it said something about Nearpod software?
Yes, that is a software. And that is a software that teachers can get digital lessons from, but it wasn't widely used this year. And I think it's just a point to point out something. You just made me think of something. Some of these resources, as we were making decisions, a lot of it was reflective of what we came out of, which was the virtual distance situation. And some of these resources may have probably been more prominent in use in that situation. But as we've gone to in-person, some of those resources have declined in use that we may have thought they would have had due to us changing our systems. In fact, if you look at it, we've changed 5 systems over 2.5 years. Right. So I think that has had some effect, why some things have worked at certain times and not at others.
So are we making note of the things that are being rarely used and then?
Absolutely, absolutely. So those are big parts of our decision making as we go forward. Yes, absolutely. So we can go to the next part, which is culture and climate. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but I'm really proud of the sports camps that we're going to start off here in the summer. We've really increased the amount of availability over the summer for students that take part in this.
Still no badminton.
Still no badminton, but tennis is cool.
Tennis is so cool.
Our boys team won the league championship.
And then you have
Right.
sports
With you, Jack.
that we are investing in, I see.
Yeah. So these are some of the things that we are doing to boost school climate and that we feel are performing. But again, I'm just going to highlight, it doesn't mean there's not room for improvement. It just means that right now these seem to be going well.
Can I ask a question just while you're there? I know that today the city of West Sacramento camps opened, and I think they opened at like 8:30, and by 8:35 or something, they were all full. And so I've been hitting refresh on our page that has summer camp. So where will people look for that? How will will we advertise before signups are there?
We did put out a summer announcement a couple of weeks back. I'll check on the status of that. We do have a webpage that's up that has our summer programs there.
I was on it, but it's not as clear as like what day, because they're having to sit like with their phone by, when it goes live, you know what I mean? So as parents are trying to prepare guardians for when they sign up, that's what will be helpful.
Okay, so let me.
I couldn't find it, but not to say it's not there, but it was.
I'll have to look into that a little bit more.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see. I mean, obviously we want to provide.
Hopefully it wasn't today, because I missed out.
Well, also not to derail you, the summer camps though, there are still a lot available, the kids camps for sign up, just FYI, I don't want parents to think that there isn't anything at all. Cause I know there's some hot ticket items.
Sure.
But there are still the 8 to noon or 8 to 1 kids camps at Elkhorn, Riverbank, and I can't remember off the top.
So for, yeah.
Just FYI to parents looking for something in the morning. The girls did it last year. They're amazing.
Yeah.
They have a lot of fun.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Thank
just
you.
again, City of West Sacramento may have other programs in addition to this.
Yes,
These are the ones that we're mentioning that we're using COVID funds
Yes.
for.
Yes.
That
Got it.
yeah.
Got it.
So as we go, we can look at the implementing slide now. Again, another example of implementing, still making a difference, although we didn't classify it as performing. I think if you look at the Improve Your Tomorrow program, which is a mentorship program for males of color, which we have at River City High School, YOLO, and Riverbank. We didn't get as many students hooked in as we wanted, but we did a student survey of those students that were participating, and over 80% of the 37 students at River City that responded are really excited about the program. And all the questions we had, they really loved the program. And I visited, Riverbank yesterday. They had 7 boys that were in talking about themselves. I was really kind of impressed with their confidence and what they were doing. And they've said that this program has made a difference for them. And so, again, we didn't hit the mark of how many people we wanted to reach yet, but it did have an impact on many students. And so just kind of want to put that, not everything can be measured in the dashboard, I think is what I'm trying to say. And so we have to measure those out, but then we have to make decisions like, as we mentioned earlier, on where we're getting the biggest, I hate to say it, but bang for the buck. So those are still decisions that we have to make for things. Okay, if we look at the next slide for our developing, Many Matters is an interesting one. That is a social emotional program. And it's getting very little use at the middle school, but it's been a big hit at the River City High School. And so they were the ones who brought this to the district. It's been great there, but not much use at the middle grade. So, we have things like that happening where we thought it was going to be successful because it was successful in one place, but it wasn't at another. For whatever reason. Okay, we can go to the next slide and look at our third LCAP goal, which is parent community engagement. The one thing I will want to highlight here also is, again, just like I mentioned with Perez, we're in a little bit better situation with outreach workers here. We were going to hire 3 new positions to the district. We hired 2 out of 3, although other openings happened. And staffing has been something that we've been working through all year. The fact that we hired 2 out of 3, we think is a good thing. We got all 3 now. Okay, we got all 3 now.
I mean, it says 3 out of 3. Are you not?
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I guess I'm seeing the glass halfway full or something. 2 halfway full.
That was hilarious.
So that's the other thing.
But they still have to hire a school-based social worker.
That was something that was on the culture and climate piece, and that was definitely something implementing. We didn't fill all those positions, but again, we're looking good for next year. I'm told. So in terms of parent community engagement, I think I want to highlight the parent positive discipline workshops. This is something new that we did this year. We got a lot of good feedback out of this. So we had about 150 attendees. We're still looking at ways to increase parent engagement. And remember, we're just talking about COVID funds. There are a lot of things done at the sites to encourage parent engagement. There are other activities. Just highlighting something that we used COVID funds for that we felt was very successful and that we want to expand upon. And if we go to the next slide, we didn't have anything implementing here, but we had a couple things that we're developing that I want to mention that we are still looking to do. We have not started these, but we would like to, as part of our plan, we talked about a newcomer center for students that have just arrived in this country. We've had a huge increase of Afghani students that we think this program would really impact in a positive way. So we're working on that, putting that plan together. We have an activity called Color Your World that they work with students and communities with art projects, and it's about art education. They're going to be doing murals at each of the school sites with the community and the students. They're starting this weekend at YOLO. So YOLO High School will be our first one.
Nice.
And so they start tomorrow at Yolo High School, and Saturday they'll be there too. So these are things that we're developing. We do think we're going to be looking into some newer things as well, that we'll see that, that if some things didn't work, and we have a need, and we know we have needs, we'll probably be looking to bring some other programs as well. But for the programs that we have currently or have planned on currently, this is kind of where we've labeled them at this point. And I believe we can go to the next slide. One more. So we do plan on providing quarterly updates on the status of these programs. And we are still working on what metrics need to be gathered, but we want to maintain and build success. And the idea is to identify areas that need adjustment and have continuous improvement for our program. So these COVID relief funds have allowed us to put some programs for students in place that we never had before. So we do have more of them than we've had previously. And we're looking to ways to keep improving. I believe that would be the last slide. So thank you. And
Before we turn it over to board discussion, do we have any comments from the room? President Neff? Let's get to 3 minutes because it's a new issue. And it doesn't look like there's.
Believe it or not, I probably don't need that, but I'll probably take it. No, I just wanted to say thank you for presenting this. I know this has been a challenge, figuring out how to live in this world where we have new issues and new money to spend, and how do we do it, and there's timelines and everything. I'd like to just bring a point that I brought to the cabinet this week that maybe should be considered, and I don't know how flexible these monies are. But during COVID, a lot of teachers had to give their supplies back, send them home to students. And so teachers are really short on supplies right now. And I will tell you, at some sites, the budget has actually dropped and teachers don't have as much money to order for next year. In addition to that, the district, my understanding, has cut their relationship with Office Depot Online. So teachers are only allowed to order right now through Amazon, which can be really exorbitant. So let me just give you an example. I have $200 to spend for next year. My printer cartridge costs $60, and chart paper, which is a teacher's main supply to do Anchor charts, four charts cost $67. So just between my printer cartridge and my charts, I'm already over halfway on my supplies. And I've got to buy crayons and scissors and all the things I lost. So just something to consider, that these are the actual nuts and bolts of what teachers need. Because we have all these big programs, and there's some of them are really great and we can do really great things, but there's teachers that are really struggling right now because they gave everything away during COVID when we had to send things home.
Have more time.
One more thing.
Any other comments from room? Any in the virtual queue? Nobody's left. 2 people left. And no submitted comment. Back to the board. So thank you for the presentation, Stan. I know that Trustee Pizzati has asked this before, and I think that it just bears just kind of revisiting. Most of this, these are the contracts we're talking about, right? A lot of, so I'll look at Assistant Superintendent Business Services Stovall.
That's correct.
Right, so these are the COVID dollars of what's going to, I just want, there's repeating.
I was gonna kind of say it in a different way, but go ahead.
But bears repeating of these services that are when we put the budget, and the large percentage number is, it's not all of it, I know, because there's other things that we also paid for, the healthcare and other things, but am I to understand that this is the bulk of the contract?
These are many other contracts.
Many other contracts.
Many other contracts, and these are contracts in addition to those that we would normally have. Increase the amount that we're spending in those particular budget lines.
Okay. And then, so I'll turn it, so you were gonna say.
Yeah.
the same thing, but-
So I was gonna say it in a different way, but it's very similar. Can we get a breakdown? Because what we heard was there's a lot in our general fund budget for consulting services. Now, I think there's a difference between contracting for certain things and consulting services. So
Same line item.
yeah, can we get a breakdown between what's general fund and what is COVID funds in terms of dollar amounts for the consultant services.
Yes.
Okay, that would be, I think, an easier way so we can go back and say, okay, look, this is what we're actually seeing from, a financial standpoint. This is actually coming out of our general fund, and this is really being spent from COVID dollars. And we have to spend this by a due certain date. So that's it. That's all I got.
Any other kind of comments on how much of so we've spent all of the ESSER 2, no, 84% of ESSER 2, and how much of that is, how much is ESSER 3 again?
ESSER 3 is about.
Cut off if it's just you two.
Oh, I thought that was the combination of 2 and 3. So 3 is 16.
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Do we have to update like Chromebooks and stuff? Is that like an ongoing cost?
That's a big. They weren't put into the budget for constant COVID use. We actually, when we first put that initiative forward, we had initially just went with district funds. So we have to sustain that beyond just COVID dollars.
And as a point of clarification, I think 5,800, I've always learned through this process, is that it's not just consulting in the way that people think as advisors, that, for example, our Chromebooks 5,800 is that line item as well. So the hardware costs and the software costs are that same. I could totally be making that up, but I thought it was like a refurbishing.
It depends on the expense, but you're absolutely.
I had thought that it was the refurbish, or not the refurbish.
Consulting.
Yeah.
It's not just consultants per se. It includes legal fees. It includes auditing fees. It includes a variety of ongoing regular business fees that we need to run our district.
And then for the programs like the Nearpods that weren't really utilized, are we, this is my last question, are we, I think Trustee Pizzotti actually mentioned it, but like assessing how, like those that we need to scratch, and I know we are, I just am publicly
Correct.
asking.
And so, and just remember, some of these were multi-year, some of these contracts are multi-year, so it's not just 1 year. That one in particular is a 2-year contract, so this was the first year. We don't pay anything new for it.
Okay.
What will happen is, we did have an administrator say, oh, we need this is great, but you saw that teachers aren't using it. So, what we have to do now next year, we have to ask and get into the weeds a little bit and find out, well, was the issue training? Or maybe our teachers didn't even know about it. Like maybe somebody thought it was a great thing that some teacher was using.
Totally forgot about
and then found out.
Right.
And then no one went back, and we just didn't, when we put our PD, nobody knew what it was, so nobody came. There could be multiple reasons, but before we scrap something, we want to make sure.
Okay, good.
Find out, because somebody said that they really love this program. And so.
Well, I was looking at Improve Your
There's a reason
Tomorrow.
for that, and that kind of thing. And like I said, and that's the same thing with some of our implementing programs as well. Just because it may be not performing at the level we want it to, doesn't mean it's not having a positive impact. So we have to go through that very carefully, because I guarantee you, whenever we take something away, we hear about it. So it's just a fact of life, and I understand why, right?
Yeah,
People
totally.
want their tools.
But it also makes me think, as we were talking at Curriculum Council, some of the curriculum that we're buying actually has some of this built into the cost.
Correct.
So when you look at a cost benefit analysis, which I am assuming we are going to do as we adopt, well, it'll be coming to the board as we begin to adopt new curriculum, who have also built in these features. I'm assuming we're going to evaluate that, right? So we may not need Nearpod because we're adopting the science curriculum that has all the things, or this social science, that has all the things. So I just like that's mindful that we're actually integrating our thought processes, and okay, let's just not duplicate something that they might not need it because we may have already bought it elsewhere. Right. And so, I do appreciate kind of that cost benefit analysis, if you will, and the return on investment. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you. I think it was a good point that you brought up with the numbers, is that some of these programs, when we look at use, like Improve Your Tomorrow, the impact of our students. I know that you brought that program to River City, and I've heard nothing but good things about that program. And so as we look at, we're dealing with and not to say that the students who are in that program would be behavior issues, but we're dealing with issues like we never have before, students with trauma, students coming with all sorts of pieces. And so when you have a program as impactful as Improve Your Tomorrow, making such a difference, I just want to recognize that some of these, as you pointed out, it might not be the number, but it's that really deep impact that you feel, really changes a kid. One that I was interested to see here, and I really liked the way that you did this presentation and you broke it up. I thought it was really helpful. It was
Thank you,
nice.
Stonewall, for that.
Okay.
Thank you. It does look.
It was really helpful.
Good presentations.
Yep.
It was really helpful to break it this way. So, and I was looking at I was interested to see the FEV tutoring because I think from a community lens, not taking myself out of the school board, I hear from families of, oh my gosh, I'm getting 350 calls and text messages, and is this spam? And did the district give information away? And I know a lot of our families would like to opt out of it to be, and so I think if we can look at how we're using it or who's happy about it, and then how our families who are not happy about it, how we can maybe help them come off that list. I don't know, but I wanted to put that out there because you might not hear that from the district stand because you're not, at our homes hearing the phone or, text messages and everything.
I asked to be pulled off of that list and they still harass me and text me.
And I know some of our families, their children have left the district. So I want, just so you know it, because you might not, it's important, I think, to share that. And then ESSER 3, you said that you were going to be meeting with facilities. And so a question of that would be things like, just love those water bottle fillers. Are those the types of things that seems like that's perfect COVID money use, more of those possibly going in?
Exactly.
Okay.
So, back in, I believe it was November, we brought to you information in the expenditure plan for our ESSER funds, and it did include water bottle filling stations, shade structures, wellness centers. So those are the projects and the programs and services that we'll use our ESSER 3 money for.
Perfect. And then as you meet with facilities, I just want to really call out that we have a lot of portables across campuses, and our portables, maybe some do, but do not have sinks and don't have drinking fountains. And so if they can be in proximity to some of the portables, that would be really helpful. I know, like my daughter, I have to give her 2 water bottles full because she's not able to fill it up. And, so it would just be nice to have that. And then I think as it was brought up, I appreciated hearing really listening to staff about what is helpful to them, because that is exactly true, that they will tell you and they know what is helpful, what is not helpful. And I think need to feel valued and part of that process, to be asked and to be heard, especially with the professional development pieces for that. And oh my gosh, what we can do with give me some notebooks and oil pastels, which are so expensive. And it's just Christmas, and we can do incredible SEL work and everything else. So I think I really appreciated that comment about supplies, because I think that's an incredible way to help really make a direct impact with our kids and not to be forgotten. So thank you.
No problem. Building on the supply comment is that we had a commitment pre-COVID to make sure that teachers did not pay out of pocket for student supplies. So if we can do a survey or work with WSTA on what that is, I know that we may not have been tracking, but I think it's a good time, as it was raised tonight, to actually have that conversation of if you gave away your scissors and your supplies, and I think I have some of them still in my house from 2 years ago. So, but even then, that is not a gift of public funds. Maybe they got lost. I'll just say that they got lost, that we commit to actually making sure that the basics and the needs, and even kind of maybe the fun stuff, but that if we can work with WSTA or our teachers about what did you give away, and let's make sure we replenish so that they're not paying out of pocket. It's a huge gift. So that's it.
Can I
Thank you.
quickly touch on the Improve Your Tomorrow real quick? So Stan, when you said there was only 62 out of say 100 that we'd hope to get, I'm just wondering, is it a matter of marketing? Do we not advertise well enough, or is it just a lack of participation? Because it sounds like it's really beneficial And it's something that needs to continue and can possibly grow for future.
You know, there's a number of reasons, but I think we almost have to consider that some of these entities that we work with, they also have staff and they also have personnel. And they're not all in the same location. And so there's issues sometimes with getting the best quality in some cases there too. I'm not saying that that's the case here, but I can say that we definitely had better participation at one site than another.
Oh.
And you know, and then I just think that when they got started, we were still in distance learning. And I do think they tried their best to deal with that.
That's true.
But they really got started in an environment that I think probably wasn't to the benefit of what they can really do, that really can maximize their potential. And that's me speaking just honestly.
Right.
You know, I can't say that I don't have data to back that up, but I know what the rest of us went through. And so it can't be any different for them, being that they really, it's mentoring. So they're really into that relationship piece. I would also say that many of our programs and things got off to a really slow start this year. I mean, I know we had a lot of hopes that we were going to just roll right with it. I mean, when we started talking about these expenditures, when we all back in May, when we made that plan, that you'd approved, I think we were all very hopeful that a lot of this stuff. I mean, I think we thought on August 12th that there was going to be 14 paras in there. We thought we would have all these things lined up, and I will just say that I think a lot of people have underestimated how much capacity was needed to make this school year work. And I know we have a lot of things we want to get better at, but staff and everybody had to really pull together in the community to make everything work. It was definitely a challenge. We went in and out of 5 systems, over the course of that time. And so it was difficult to get things. And so I think we have to say that even these folks had challenges with that getting started. So I think that next year we're going to see a much better result from a lot of these programs. I think there's a lot of things that we'll see move better into the performing, and I think our performing programs are going to do better too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. Again, going back to the cost benefit analysis and the benefit from that equity lens, like if there is a need, let's just kind of continue with it, especially social emotional learning programs that are just unique and engaging. But again, I really am serious about the curriculum and duplication of lesson plans. Let's just not do that. All right, if there's nothing else in terms of discussion, thank you so much, staff. We're gonna move on to the consent agenda. Last chance to pull anything off the consent agenda. Seeing that there are none, I will entertain a motion to vote on the consent agenda and a second. So moved. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez moves.
I'll second.
Trustee Barnes seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. You have your consent agenda item. And esports gaming station, but no badminton, I see.
There's a very happy staff member behind you.
Are you in charge of
Are you in charge of
it?
Sports golf is what we need.
Esports golf.
Okay. What I didn't hear.
Branch of esports called shoutcasting. That was just a demonstration.
Right.
Nice. That's true.
That's true.
And
that's hilarious.
Growing serious sport, and people get scholarships and make a lot.
Oh,
of
yeah.
money.
We only have 185 people signed up at River City.
Wow.
By the way, the most,
That's it.
Okay.
the people that make the most money on Twitch are esports players.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Moving on to
Pretend like Marie's here.
action items. I got lost out of the meeting, so I'm gonna kind of deal and look over here. We're
Yeah,
going
there you
on to move on to action items. Government Code Section 48918, student discipline case 2022-08S. Assistant Superintendent Stan Moisage.
Yeah, and I apologize for not having my video on as I'm speaking. I want to make sure everyone knows I'm engaged here. But I got says I can't do it for whatever reason, so I apologize, folks.
That's why just zoom the video over.
Oh, yeah, we can turn.
We can turn.
All right, I'm back. Good. Okay.
There we
thank you.
go. Now you're doubling up.
Okay, so the Board of Trustees received information on student discipline case number 2022-08S in closed session. As required by Ed Code, the board will need to take action on the recommendation for the student discipline case in open session.
Okay. I understand
I'm gonna
Trustee
move
Pizzotti moves.
to accept the recommendation.
Do I have a second? Second. Trustee Barnes seconds. This has to be a roll call vote, I believe. So trustee Barnes?
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Because I was not here for closed session, even though I did read through the recommendations and there's 3 people here, I'm going to abstain.
Oh, you're assuming everybody's gonna vote.
Well, otherwise I'll hop right in if I need to.
Aye. I vote aye.
I vote aye.
Trustee Pizzotti. So it is accepted. Government Code Section 48918, student discipline case number 2022-09-S. Oh, wait. Do we have any no's? Oh, you abstained. Never mind. I went roll call vote.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can keep saying it, but.
I have a motion.
Oh,
What do you, the specific motion?
to accept the recommendation of staff.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Pizzotti seconds. Trustee Pizzotti.
Aye.
I vote aye. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Because I was not in closed session, I will abstain.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Okay, so adopted. Item number 3, approval to purchase liquid crystal display monitors for classroom grades kinder through 8. Director of Technology, Mr. Briggs.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I won't play any sounds. Yes, good evening, Board of Trustees.
I would like a demo of esports.
Oh, totally. I'm so excited about it. I think I'm even more excited over there. Yes, with the presentations coming up, with the LCD screens for the K-8 classrooms. And again, what I'm talking about the LCD screen is exactly what you're looking at right now that I'm on, are these big screens for the classroom. So currently, you can go to the next slide. So the one thing, again, the purpose of this is, again, what I like is it's on the mobile stand. So it transforms the classroom space. That now there's no more front of the classroom, that we don't have that design space of sitting in rows, sitting forward. Now we can have our small group sitting in front of the monitor while I have another group working at the board. So it is very flexible. It creates that flexible environment that, the teacher has needs. I remember when I was teaching, I didn't like how I had it was already guaranteed that the board was to the front. So this is going to give the flexibility of any room in the classroom can be the front of the classroom. You go to this one. So currently, our instructional technology leaders, there's 2 at each site and 4 at the high school. They've been piloting these all year. So I took some quotes from them, and you can see, again, there's no more front of the classroom. The image quality and the brightness of the screen, you can have them with the lights on and you can see it clearly. The big thing, again, this is even for my last district when I took down boards and everything, was they get their whiteboards back. They have the full whiteboard, so you don't have the screen over the top of it. This monitor can be set aside. And then again, it's really useful for students to pull aside, like I said, out at Bridgeway Island. Off to the side, they have small groups working on the monitor while the big whiteboard in the front. Now, the next thing I'm going to say, it's not all rainbows and unicorns. So here's some things to consider that kind of weren't the greatest things, where the stand, as you can see in the front, it's a large footprint. So where you position in the classroom, it does take up some space on the floor. So that has to be considered in consideration. It's also still tethered by a cord or a cable. So you still need to plug in to the power for one, and then plug a long cable into like the laptop. And then at the high schools that we saw that the screens weren't high enough. So students were just sitting normal class, they were blocking some of the screens. So that's why we have it like at the K-8 level. And so in the next slide, some of the next steps that are considering once we have these in the classroom. The one next step is the ability to cast wirelessly to these monitors so we aren't tethered to it. So the teacher can have the laptop in the back of the class and mirror what's on the laptop up on the screen. So you can see that all kids are facing forward, you're standing in the back of the class. And then again, with the assistance with our ITLs, they're going to share best practices and do professional development for the teachers that are just now becoming new to it. So those are some of the purposes, the uses of the LCD screens. And then I'll take your questions.
I will take any comments from the room first. President Neff, would you like to?
That comment.
Did you see that? Okay, okay.
I requested one already.
Oh, okay. So that is President Neff's comment. I requested one already. Do we have any comments from the virtual queue?
No public
All
comment.
right, if not, I'll turn it back to the board for discussion. Can I ask a question, Mr. Briggs? So these are just monitors, not smart screens?
They're considered smart TVs because you can connect to the internet to them.
Are they wirelessly?
Yes, on our new network, our upgrades, we're going to be able to connect to it wirelessly to the Wi-Fi. And with those HP computers that the teachers do have now, the Windows machines are natively cast. Yeah, we can be able to cast to the TVs. The Macintosh MacBooks, they do not. So the Windows machines do, and there's not many MacBooks out there. So
Okay, good, because I'm an Android user.
Oh.
Just joking. But for those who are, I know certain teachers need to use Macs. Are you considering like different like casting options, like I don't know what you Apple people
yeah.
do.
So a real handy tool for teachers is the iPad. And iPad, you purchase the Apple TV and then you can AirPlay it wirelessly. So that's
right. Okay. Because we did that in closed session. I'm like, okay, look, that's very cool. But okay, gotcha. So there are options for those who for graphics design, or like I know that there's certain teachers who just need to use Apple for whatever reason. So,
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That makes me have a question.
Yep.
You made me have a question.
So I prompted another question from Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
I had assumed, but I would be wrong, and I trust your staff recommendation and what everyone wants. But can you annotate on this? Can you write on the screen that you have? I had assumed you could, but it sounds
not on these screens here. Again, that's one of the benefits of like having the iPad and doing it, because you can write on the iPad and with that. So there is software that you can like take a screenshot and annotate on your laptop, and then it will come up. But again, it's not with a pen, or you'd need a touch screen capable, and the screens aren't touch screen that you're looking at right now.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Just for our own edification, what would touchscreen monitors cost?
They're probably about $1,000 to $1,500 more than what we're
twice. So the proposal will be twice as much.
Yes.
So on that note, we have Chromebooks though that are touch screens, right?
Not that many.
Oh.
Just because the breakage rate on the touch screens were much higher.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Seeing that there are none, I'll understand a motion to adopt staff, or I'll understand a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Trustee Pizzotti moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Barna seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
You get your screens.
Do I hit the applause button here?
Yes, hit that. There you go.
We're waiting. We didn't hear it. Okay.
You didn't hear it.
It was quiet. No, we couldn't hear it.
We have 10 minutes. We have to
There it is. I got it.
We're gonna mow through this really quickly. So item number 4, adoption of the roadmap to the future resolution number 2122-35 Assistant Superintendent Monique Stovall, thank you for bringing this forward.
Wonderful. Well,
Brevity is key.
I will be brief, but thorough. This resolution is to designate $20,000 in support of the Yellow County and Yellow County Office of Education for the roadmap to the future for Yellow County children and youth. The roadmap's aim is to foster collaboration to improve and strengthen the well-being and resilience of children, youth, and families in our county. Ultimately, the overall goal is for us to better understand and allocate resources needed to enhance our youth development countywide. This project is estimated to cost about $450,000. The Yellow County and Yellow County Office of Education are committing to 60%. And are asking cities and school districts to also make a commitment to this particular project. Therefore, we're bringing the resolution forth with a commitment from WUSD for $20,000 for your consideration.
Okay.
And to add, there was a question, I think Vice President Kirby Gonzalez had regarding the Board of Supervisors will have funding about 22 million, but they're asking us for money. So it was kind of a bit of a disconnect. And so in speaking with County Superintendent Lewis, it really is about this asset mapping for the county to really make sure that we're prioritizing by the highest need. And so since this is a county opportunity, we have the Board of Supervisors and YCOE putting in most of the money, but it's kind of that everybody's putting forth some type of funding, and then everyone will be getting a benefit from the results of the needs assessment. So that is the reason why they're asking each district and each city to put in some dollar amount support, and knowing that we will all be getting some support when the mapping is finished.
Any public comment? And back to the board. Thank you for that, because we're on the same, because I think that's the question I asked last time with the county district 2x2, because we provided, we had staff provide so much input on our plan already. And so this was, because I knew this had already happened. And so that was a little bit like, okay, so we have, since then we have, I've been part of the Resilient Yellow. We've all been invited to Resilient Yellow conversations. I understand that they want one big yellow plan. It makes sense, but just wanted to note like the disconnect with how much we've already planned. But then this is part of us being part of the bigger yellow. I get that. So
yeah, I
feel some sort of way about it, but I think it makes sense to move forward, because I think this is the way we're going to finally get that ARP dollars that we've already planned for.
And I think also it may have been when we were having these conversations with our supervisor and really knowing what we wanted to do, we're able to show what we had invested through our ESSER funds and matching that as the county was going through this process. They wanted to have more of a work group conversation. That's really how these convenings started. So we just are ready.
Yeah, we are
to support our students and our families, and our process. It just may have been a little bit ahead of where the rest of the county.
I'm told that we were the most advanced district in the county. So
I know we have a time limit, but I think it's important to note this is that I felt very frustrated by this. Because it feels like it's moving so slow. We know what we need. This just feels like it's roadblock after road, like really bureaucracy roadblocks, to be frank. And so you all put together a wonderful plan. We've known what we needed. And even back, I remember in a meeting, Superintendent Luna saying, we know what we need. Yet to that, here's all our things. Give us the money that we have allocated for our kids. We'll start using it tomorrow. And so that's where this feels like, wait a minute, we have a need. And this is just, we're watching our kids, just need this. And so it sounds like our hands are a little tied. We want to be supportive of our county, but at the same time, we don't want to be held back from money that our kids deserve. And this is taxpayer money. Yes, the county's getting it, but it's getting it for this need. So I think that we need to be a little more, maybe take a more firm role in our future county meetings so that they feel like a productive use of time and that we're moving forward rather than submitting things and going so slow.
Trustee.
Yeah, just, I'll be quick. So this is coming out of our ESSER funding, right? So we're using ESSER funding to kick into a pot of ARPA money?
To leverage together.
Okay. Okay, never mind.
So I'll just, it is our commitment because this is how we will be part of the bigger AARP plan that we've already planned for. It's our tax and our toll. It seems like, but a good thing.
What
We
is
really
it?
learn from other.
And so say it one more time, what is the amount that we're getting
20,000
back, getting that we plan to?
Oh, no, we're giving
Oh, we're
20,000.
giving
Only giving to.
But in our, if everything, again, this is part of the plan, they don't want to commit anyways, like what we have asked and presented for, I think probably $1 million, like,
Well, it says 0.2 for the whole roadmap, but
oh, no, for that we would get back on AARP. I'm sorry, ARPA.
ARPA.
Look at me thinking about my.
You're already in ARPA with me.
I know it is.
So
Double
I think that
booster.
it's in our plan, we've leveraged it, like, it's probably like we want a wellness center on every single campus. like
Yeah.
$300,000 every campus. It's over $1 million.
Community schools.
Yeah, it's a couple $1 million.
Yeah,
So it's a good return on investment.
yeah, no, that's, and, but
Is if it fruition.
I guess,
We were talking about this and somebody, the supervisor's going, why are they talking about this?
Well, I think you need to hear it.
and I guess then we are guaranteed, I guess
I don't know,
that,
we're guaranteed.
see, and that's the concern, but I
Yeah, we
think
need to
what
make sure we get it.
Trustee, what Vice President Kirby Gonzalez is saying is that we need to be proactive, because I know when I sat in that meeting, I was like, whoa, we're kind of getting bulldozed here. And that I felt confused because I'm new and just didn't have the background, but also like, whoa, you guys could really help us understand this better and see where we're going. Agreed, more proactive, but then like,
Taking up more.
I guess we really have to stay on it, because if we're gonna kick it.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's us being invited to this, right? Like this is this call, like when we're invited to this conversation, being really clear that other districts aren't, we're taking up our share of the space and leading.
Mhm.
Because we are the ones who are being invited to that roadmap,
Mhm.
that we're very clear about our priorities, letting people know that we planned for this, please learn from us, like reiterating that. Right. But with that said, I'm, if discussion is over, I will entertain a motion.
Go ahead. So moved. Oh,
Okay, so trustee Barnes moves.
I'll second.
Vice President Kirk Gonzalez seconds. And again, with our commitment to show up for these conversations, the boards. So,
yeah.
All in favor? Aye. That was a unanimous aye. You have your.
Oh, it's very frustrating.
Begrudging.
Do I have to read it?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna make a motion to extend past 10.
Oh, a roll call.
Anybody else want to do?
It's a
Extend.
resolution, so you should roll call.
Yes, okay. Roll call, okay. We'll do roll call first and then we will extend. Trustee Pizzotti? You went aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
Okay, resolution is adopted. All right. Moving, so second motion on the table is to extend past 10. Do we really need to? There's just a certificate.
2 minutes.
Of signatures. And then also the adoption of like environmental education.
Yeah, I think just maybe 5 minutes, whatever.
Do I have a second to extend past 10?
I second.
Okay, trustee Barnes extends past 10. All in favor?
Aye.
All are not in favor?
I'm.
I am staying. I will let the others allow us to get past 10. All right, so adoption of certification of signatures, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Monique Staval.
Thank you. I will be brief and thorough.
You need,
Yes, we request the board's approval of the designated signatures for our our district. There's a change because we do have a new director of fiscal services.
Oh, Billy Duba, Billy. Oh, sorry.
That's it.
Okay. Any public comment? Nothing in the queue? Okay. This is a resolution that I don't think we need to read because it's posted publicly unless you really want me to. I will entertain a motion. Well, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, Vice President Kirby Gonzalez, I will second, because it's a resolution. I vote aye. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti?
Aye.
Okay, you have your signatures. And then we are going to board governance issue, and I know that Director Ainsworth has been waiting for a minute for this. So the second read and adoption of board policy 6142.5 environmental education, but also Assistant Superintendent Stan Mosich.
Yeah, thank you. And you've actually already seen this on the first read earlier in the winter. We were waiting for the right time to bring it back. This is an update that we had to go through because of the California School Boards Association's updating of their policies. So we want to align with their best practice and the new bills that are passed. And since the first read, Director Matt Ainsworth has met and gotten some additional feedback. So we'll come back here tonight, and I believe that Matt Ainsworth is on the call with us and can give you any technical details he wishes.
I will wait to see if there's any questions. I don't know what you want me to.
Man, that's a smart man.
The presentation has to be, I don't think we had a whole lot of feedback, but I think. I don't
Oh,
recall.
I just love this and
I mean, we just
happy.
said, go, why are you coming back to us?
No, the one question was sharing it with students and getting some student
Oh,
input.
that's right. That's right.
A group of middle school and high school students to get their input. They actually added a couple of examples we were talking about it right there in the first paragraph where it says climate change, littering, pollution. The students wanted to go into more impacts that humans have on the environment.
Oh,
and
yeah.
added overfishing and deforestation. So I was really proud of them.
Look at our students.
Yeah, that's the only change from the last read.
Bravo.
Look at them. Look at our students. Okay. Public comment? Okay, no public comment. I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Trustee Pizzotti moves.
I will second.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, I thought it was a resolution.
Oh, no,
I'm
no,
losing
no,
my,
no, no,
I'm
no.
losing it.
I know. See, it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's why I'm foregoing my comments at the end. So we are now on to our board and superintendent comments. Go ahead, Dr. H.
I will be brief tonight because my intent was really to celebrate the month of May, which is all about highlighting our employees and the great things happening at our school. But with the presentations that we had, it really highlighted what I was going to talk about. So thank you to our principals and especially our students for highlighting in a much better way than I ever could. So the one thing I did want to just mention and give a thank you to was on May 3rd, we enjoyed a spectacular start to the day celebrating Dia de los Niños, at Elkhorn Village Elementary School together with our California First partner, Jennifer Siebel Newsom. And she hosted a fun read along with some amazing first graders. They had a lot of questions. The students were very engaged. She was really good in interacting. So it was a great day for all. And so we just want to extend our appreciation to the first partner for taking time out of her busy schedule to engage with our students. And a special thank you to the organizations involved in organizing that event. First Five California, California State Library, and Rescue the Behavior Change Agency. And then last, but certainly not least, thank you to Principal Sal Garcia and Assistant Principal Christina Escobar Hernandez for their hospitality on that day. And just looking forward to our last month, our last 3 weeks. We're getting ready to go into graduation culmination time, and By the time we have our next board meeting, we will have a graduation ceremony with Washington Middle College graduation being on May 25th. So looking forward to that. That's it.
Excellent. Trustee Pizzotti?
Yeah, I just got a couple of things. One of them, I was with Dr. H at Elkhorn, and I gotta say, the first partner is quite amazing. She is bilingual and read to the students in Spanish very, very well. And the kids really, really like responded to her. Especially when she did the breathing exercises and kind of the meditative exercises, and got the kids up and got them to just shake it out. I mean, that was hilarious and awesome at the same time. So I just wanted to say thank you to her, and we may or may not get a bill signing on one of our campuses in the near future. So, because I had definitely made that pitch. Yeah, no. So who knows,
Jackie.
right? So anyway, I also wanted to make the comment that it was brought up in one of the presentations that Freddie Rodriguez signed at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, one of our baseball players on our baseball team. Just a little information about that is Freddie Rodriguez also pitched back-to-back no-hitters and was up for consideration for Player of the Month by the Sacramento Bee. But I don't know how you pitch back-to-back no-hitters and not get Player of the Month, but somehow that happened. Anyway, I can only tell you that's an amazing feat, and it's incredibly rare. So I just like to congratulate Freddie. And then one of the other things that I wanted to mention was that I really appreciated seeing all the staff here show up tonight. I mean, a lot of us, it's been 2 years that we haven't been able to see faces in our chambers when they come and make their public comments. And I actually really enjoyed, no matter how impassioned they were, I really enjoyed seeing people in person again. So I just wanted to say that is something that I really take to heart, is just such a value to me. And then the last thing is, one of the public comments talked about a school resource officer, and we've had a number of violent incidences at our schools, and I think it might be time to take a look at that again. I would certainly be interested in seeing some information about what the costs would be, what the potential benefits are, what are some of the drawbacks. Because I'm thinking that the deterrent effect might have prevented some of the things that have happened where we've had expulsions on our campuses because of certain instances. So I'm just hoping that we can take another look at that when we develop our budget.
Trustee Barnes?
Okay. Yes, I'm totally fine. I'm just a giant crybaby, and I don't know why. I was just like Cody was saying, so it was great to see all the teachers here. I am totally fine. I swear. I am just so moved and also so thankful. Obviously, Maestra Irias and Danidas are Lucy's teachers, and they're amazing. Thanks. I do want to say this. We have, this district does have the most amazing teachers. And it makes me just so happy. I was really moved by their passion for the DI program, because we chose to take the kids, to put the kids there. And I am very pleased with,
you know, the outcome, and also very, I feel like I felt so proud of them. And so, God, stop. Because they didn't sit there and cry. But it makes me proud to know that my kids get to have role models like that as well. And I think it's really cool. So I just appreciate what they do, but I wrote down to say, just want to be sure that we take into consideration the extra work that they do as we consider our DI program, because one of the things they didn't get to finish was just that we do see this program as one that, and many of our valuable and incredible programs, but I want to speak specifically for the DI program because I do think it's overlooked sometimes. Take into consideration the extra work that they do, as I know that they translate and stay up late. And when we talked in the curriculum meeting about the STEM stuff and how they were, how they could utilize those resources, they were like, oh yeah, they're easily translatable. And I think that that's a really good thing. I just hope that when we move forward, we do take into consideration all of the things that they do and that I see them do and how successful our students are. I obviously only have personal experience with Lucy and Cora's lives, but well, and their friends, but it is like my mind is blown at how well they are doing in school and at the interactions of the teachers and all of the kids that they so anyways, I just love them. And that's all. I don't know what is wrong with me. Sorry. But yeah, that's literally what I wrote down. So thank you.
Okay,
That's,
Moving
yep, I don't,
okay, Vice President, we can come back. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Okay, thank you. There have been so many celebrations happening right now, and I want to thank Yorgos for all of the updating and constantly sharing all of them because it's a lot to follow. I think we're about 50 years since Title IX. We're coming up on the celebration next month. And so I think that getting our kids virtually or however to honor them in a board meeting who are going on for sports, academic would be great as well, but especially who are signing to go to college and getting those signing pieces, I think would be important to honor and to recognize, and it would be great to give them that shout out. And they are great ambassadors for our district, and we're so proud and fortunate to have them. As I think about the comments that were said earlier in terms of SRO or pieces, I think that we definitely need to have a conversation about the safety of our campuses. And so whatever that looks like in terms of hearing our staff, what the needs are, what they're seeing, we know that we're having no staff member and no student should ever feel unsafe on our campus. And we shouldn't hear that from any of them. And we know that we have. And so I think that it is essential that we have a discussion about it. And what shape that takes and what that looks like, I don't necessarily know, but I think we have to have a conversation about what we're having on campuses now and what more they need or what we need to do as a district to ensure that all of our students and staff feel safe. And I like the brief and thorough comments, brief and thorough. So I will end with that. And I did appreciate having people in person. It is a hard day. Everyone is, working hard. Thursday on the end of a busy week, and it is appreciated that people come here to share their voices, and it is absolutely heard.
Thank you. So appreciate brief and thorough, building on the sports theme, in addition to our current employee students who are going on. I just wanted to recognize our alumni. Justin Briggs, one of our coaches, had posted an article about, for a long time, I believe that, definitely Trustee Pizzotti, former president, Preston Jackson had a kind of a really huge pitch for sports and the importance of that. Justin Briggs went pro across seas, right? And so this concept of like, just because you don't, the Division II schools, Division I schools, that we are producing athletes and not just athletes, like, athlete scholars, right? And so I think that I just wanted to kind of give shout out to all of our staff, all of our teachers who cultivate this amongst our students about kind of wholeness and wellness. So I just wanted to give a little bit of shout out, not to just our current students, but also our former students who are across seas, giving us a lot of River City pride. So that's a big deal, right? And so with that, I thank staff who actually also work long and hard at all levels, and appreciate the comments. And yes, safety, the holistic safety issues I would love to talk about. Next month is also Pride Month. And quite frankly, a lot of students and families of students who have LGBT students they are not safe on campuses, in classrooms. So that's it. So like, if we're going to have a conversation, we have a larger conversation that not just about physical safety.
Sure. Because
it makes me horribly sad that there are students who just are not safe in that sense. And in some ways being targeted and unfriended.
Yeah.
So I'll just put that out there, that and would like to adopt future board agenda item, the Pride Month resolution, be really clear about that. And our support of LGBTQ students. And diversity in this district. So with that said, that's it for me. I do love seeing people in person. So we're gonna say this every single meeting. The chamber should be open. I'm not sure why.
Meeting maybe?
I'm gonna put this, I don't know how legally they were meeting virtually, because it's unacceptable by law after the governor's orders that they were meeting virtually. So I would love to know when the chambers would be open to us, so that as more staff teachers come here, we can have more capacity and not be,
Did they meet this week in person or virtually? How are they doing that?
So I'm not trying to call, I'm just saying I would like to know how that is even happening, because to my knowledge, that is not allowable any longer, because we're not under a public health order. So
It's a beautiful taxpayer funded building.
yes, and so, but as more and more staff come out and so, want to be part of the conversation, we can have more capacity and be safe about it. So that's it. So moving on to future board agenda items is one, approving the Board of Education and regular board meeting calendar, May 26th. Strategic planning update, June 22nd, 2022-23, budget adoption, June 2022. PLAs, TBD, and I hear adding this larger concept of like safety, wellness for that, and then the LGBTQ resolution. Yes.
For number 4, do we have an estimated date for that item?
No.
The PLAs?
No. So I will talk to Dr. Hildreth about when to bring that back, and the urgency. We'll talk to staff about urgency around that. If you can actually provide the board some context, because part of this is like a lack of clarity of what we're bringing back to the board and what happened in and maybe until
I guess
Venegas
what happened
full discussion.
was there was kind of a disagreement on how to move forward.
Oh.
I was ready to move forward. Clerk Venegas wanted more information. So at this point, it was to give more information about it. But also Bobby Cucks couldn't be there because his wife was having a baby. So I think that's kind of
so I'm wondering, so maybe just a discussion, like this was a task of the facilities committee, so maybe y'all should talk and let us know, like, was there really an impasse?
It was, yeah, you would have to talk to Clerk Venegas because I'm pretty dead set where I am, and he seemed to want to know more information. So the direction from the committee was to bring it to the full board, because there's more than just Clerk Venegas who doesn't understand all there is to know about PLAs.
Let me talk to staff and Hilda about kind of what makes sense and staff recommendation on it. So, and figure out when to come back because we need him here.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So, okay. Any other issues for future board agenda items? Going into summer?
An additional agenda item that had been a previous request is about charter school.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's not on there. Yeah. Our obligate, yeah. Oversight. Our oversight responsibility. Yeah, we do that.
Well, we should
have to. I thought legally we
It's
need
been a
to.
while.
Yeah, it's been a while. So yes, that's one.
Certainly been a minute.
We're going to graduation season, y'all, so I will also just add, I don't know, Marie's not here. We need to kind of figure out how to staff 8th grade graduation, so can we figure some of that stuff
Yeah.
out? Because I would love representation at all the graduations that are on.
Yeah.
I know you know,
It's
outside of
most are
Fridays.
Fridays. I can do
Okay,
Fridays.
some of them are on Thursday, like.
Yeah, but you can't, the timing of it.
They're all the same.
They're all at the same time. They're all like
There's
9
only-
o'clock on.
Nearly impossible.
So if we can figure out a way and staff help, and maybe it just with this district thing, we choose the schools that we can go to, even partial. So but I would love to just have equal representation at all our school sites.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to have a Google Doc?
That's
and we
what I was
type our
gonna say.
names
Yeah,
in?
this
Is that,
is-
I don't think that would be
yeah.
a Marie issue because it's
Yeah.
just a schedule.
Yeah, I don't form a Mario thing if you want to organize, if you want to create.
Go ahead, Mario.
But I don't think it's like us showing up at graduation is not like a jurisdictional issue. So if we just want to do it via email, it's like, hey, like so that we know that we have staffing on each campus.
Share it once I receive it, or
Yeah.
I have a schedule on.
Yeah. Or just like if somebody can create a Google Doc of like school, date, time, which
That would be great.
trustees, that would
Right.
be good. And with that said, I will entertain a motion to adjourn,
You
though we
can
don't
just
have to
end it.
entertain. We
Just
can
end it.
Agenda is clear.